I hear somebody's voice. Al, you get it?
Yeah, I just had a really quick question because I'm not seeing where they're saying that he's actually passed away on any news.
CNN.
Yeah, CNN is reporting right now. Trump.
That's all I wanted to know.
Charlie Kirk is dead. Trump is actually speaking on it.
Thank you.
Of course he is.
Can we play that?
Yeah, let me see what's happening. I'm just watching it on TV.
I have the quote that he posted on Truth Social. If you want me to read it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by, in all caps, all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go, and my sympathy, Melania and my, it should be Melania and, Melania and I sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and his family. Charlie, we love you.
Look what we dealing with. This the president of the United States. Look what we're dealing with. Yeah.
It's just funny that some people.
King is trying to get in there. She's been trying to get in there for a minute. Go ahead, King. Grab a mic before they take it again. Oh, I guess she left.
Damn, the person who shot him was 200 yards away and paying attention to the speech and chose just the right moment to shoot him when he was talking about mass shootings. As soon as he started talking about mass shootings, that's when he shot him.
Is there a video? Can you post
200 yards?
You guys did not see the video? That was the first
go ahead, let King. King is back. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I get it. Like, no, this has absolutely nothing to do with the Black community and this man's assassination. It's just that, and I've been telling this to the conservative rooms because, it's really a lot of scapegoating and finger pointing and all of this, even though we don't even really know who the shooter was, right? The shooter they said that the suspect is still at large, but a bullet can have any of us at any time and our children. And I think that what's unfortunate again is that instead of being open or willing to talk about whether or not as a country we're going to keep doing the same fucking thing that we did yesterday, after all of the kids being shot, after all of the, they said that they found like 32 guns on a 13-year-old and he was plotting to shoot up a motherfucking school. Like, in spite of all of that, they want to use this as an opportunity to big up their chest to get the nerve to jump bad on society. And I think that it's a shame. And, but yeah, any one of us could get it. I'm going to a concert tonight. People gotta have this at the back of their mind when they go anywhere public, really, that it can be over tomorrow. So with that in mind, yeah, I'm not jumping for, this is not a victory for anybody. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Because this is what America is in this day, and this is what we refuse to confront. This is our life. This is our life right now, and we need to all just kind of get a grip with that.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people. If y'all can remember Malcolm X's speech when he was like, "If the house burning down, the house Negro will fight harder than the master to put the house fire out." While the field Negro sitting back there looking and laughing.
We sick, son? We sick?
Said a lot of house Negro type shit going on, but no crazy.
Your kids aren't being shot, Ray? Like, what am I hearing? Are you saying that Black kids aren't being shot every day? I'm trying to understand.
The irony about Malcolm X is that he couldn't engage in the kind of activism that King and others were engaging in because Elijah Muhammad had a leash on him. So it was a lot of words, and as a lot of times, and this is no fault of Malcolm's, it was only words.
We can move on because ain't no way I'm gonna do this one with
Elijah
this guy.
Muhammad. Elijah
Nope,
Muhammad
don't take
was.
the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
It's no debate.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
okay, so we move on. We're gonna move on.
I think it's right to move on, but like, let's not evoke Malcolm
Yeah, so
as if he's
shut up.
applicable here.
Yeah, so shut up.
Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, so listen, I'm just saying, let's not evoke Malcolm as if it's applicable here.
You know what? Fuck that, Articulate. I'm sorry. Elijah Muhammad was holding it back from political activity.
Exactly.
Unless you don't know history. So invoking Malcolm is exactly what we need to be doing. I'm sorry.
I mean, for me, you know, and Jack, I agree with that first part. I just don't think that Charlie Kirk is that important to be evoking Malcolm. You know,
I was just using it as.
Oh, this is that new type of.
Exactly.
I don't want to say. I don't know. It's not exactly black. If you're black and you're speaking on issues that don't have much to do with you, my recommendation was to say nothing. My recommendation was to reflect on what Malcolm would say, not to say what Malcolm would say. What you don't do is go out here and start just crying for somebody that wouldn't ever shed a tear for you.
Look,
It's not some business. That was the argument. But you want to use that. You want to use that to shit on Malcolm X. I am smart. That's why I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So, but so you should know the difference. It's not about him, bro.
There's nobody in here that you're talking about. Name the people you're talking about. They're not here. Stop talking about black people that aren't here celebrating. They're not here.
No.
You don't articulate. You don't have to let them land. Or you need to go to the audience.
Okay, I'll go to the audience. Do me like Malcolm did, I guess.
You're not Malcolm.
Just words, right?
Audience, like you said.
No, we treat
Don't nobody bring him back up.
Don't nobody
Sorry,
can see you.
I actually brought it back. I won't bring it back on next. But yeah, just to say, it's not about Charlie Kirk. I could give a rat's ass about Charlie Kirk. That's all I'm telling you. It's like we shouldn't be so emotionally invested that we're happy that a race got killed. We just should not care. It's about indifference. That's the true form of showing that this type of stuff does not affect you. I don't care that he died. I'm not hurt that he died, and it doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. We didn't win the Powerball, y'all. Like, we didn't win nothing. We're still in the same position we were before he got killed. There's no moral victories in life.
But that's not also.
That's a fact.
If all races disappeared tomorrow, we wouldn't be celebrating that.
Do you actually feel that you can eradicate race? Do you actually feel that you can eradicate the racist population of the earth? Is that actually a serious question?
It was a very serious question that nobody answered.
You don't need racists for the system to keep working.
It's a false premise. The question is it's a false premise.
So for me, like, Charlie Kirk is not a politically organizing kind. His death is not something that we organize around politically, and I don't even think that his death brings about a certain kind of political awakening that would protect our communities more, that would allow us to actually, have our communities do important shit for Black folks, right? So, like, for me, it's not about being emotionally invested in Charlie Kirk, but it is to say that, like, when we have random acts of political violence like this, we should be deeply concerned. And for me, like, I think people are creating these straw mans about us, like, shedding tears for a racist guy. No, it's about really being like, we're in a political climate right now where folks like who's to say that this couldn't happen to, for example, Breonna Joy Gray if she's giving a talk, right? If like a retaliation doesn't happen like that. My point is that we need to be very careful about how we understand this moment where folks are getting hit for their political views. For me, a better way to eliminate the racists and folks like Charlie Kirk is not by shooting them, but it's about actually creating a world in which they cannot even thrive or exist. It's not about engaging in political violence like this.
Well, I don't think that any of us are engaging in any political violence.
I wouldn't say. I'm not saying.
And it sounds a little bit, and it sounds like respectability politics to me.
What?
That we're supposed to somehow take this higher road. I mean,
it's not a higher road. It's about strategy.
Well, that shit reeks of how we
That's
got
a
here.
strategy. Higher road.
That shit reeks of how we got here in the first place.
Correct.
And part of the part of the danger in some of that is that, to assume that if we act like good little Negroes, they're gonna hate us less, which is bullshit. Our people had to learn that the hard way we thought that when we dressed up in suits and when we went to church and when we did this and did that, until our 4 little girls were killed in that.
Yeah, but
And then what happened in Chicago? What happened in Chicago?
If I could just land. So no matter what the fuck we do, it doesn't change that trajectory. We've seen it, we've witnessed it. So to think otherwise is actually.
So what happened in Chicago?
Medgar Evers tried the same thing, and he ended up.
Yeah. So what happened in Chicago?
Going down the list.
So let's talk about what happened in Chicago when Dr. King organized gang members who engaged in nonviolence to actually bring an end to housing discrimination in Chicago, or at least try to, right? So like, yeah, y'all can quote these convenient moments in history, but my point is that like, it's not a matter of, whether you care about the person or not. It's about what's an effective political strategy. And I don't think, I don't even know who this guy who killed Charlie Kirk is affiliated with politically. But to trying to jump on this as if it's an effective political strategy for me is premature at best.
But do you think I mean, and this for people who feel on both ends, do you think that sometimes just as when these type of situations, we could just give each other grace? I don't necessarily feel all the way the way you feel, Black Freedom, but I don't really feel, I guess, all the way as somebody else. I don't know. I haven't really decided how I feel. I don't care really or whatever, but I don't know. And I think that we are so quick to call each other coons when we have different opinions on stuff like this. And I don't think it has to go there. It's like we almost have more smoke for each other than the situation that happened. That's really we kind of on the outside looking in. So I think we should have more grace for how each other, how we feel as Black people about it. That's just my opinion.
Well, then that should also include not encouraging others to feel the way that they feel.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree with that too.
We're having a discussion.
And I didn't know that we were having a political strategy in this moment. I thought this was just basically a reaction. It just happened, literally within the last few hours. So it's not as if we're mobilizing. We're just having a conversation.
Exactly.
Right, we're not mobilizing. This is what I'm saying. It's just another fucking day. It's just another fucking day. We're not doing nothing but yapping like we did yesterday.
Well, that's kind of what people do on Clubhouse. If I'm mobilizing and strategizing, it's not on here.
That's a fact.
I think y'all missing my point though, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's par for the course that if emotionally triggering events happen, I think people of color especially need a moratorium before they get into the people trying to morally police them and emotionally police them and telling them how they need to respond, and treating Black people as that they're like mechanical bulls. If something happens worthy of our attention and time, and we speak on it, and it just happened 30 minutes ago, can we give it 24 hours before we say, here's the emotional strategy of how you Black people should feel? Just give it a beat.
I thought it was y'all niggas that's always talking about niggas and their emotions, but I'll yield on that.
Hey, Andre. Welcome to the stage, Payanikia. I know I messed it up.
Sure did. What up?
Shut up. Asian. Bayonki.
Yeah, Bayonki.
Hey, First Lady.
You can put ball
Okay, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I take it we're talking about, we're having a discussion about this, the recent breaking news about Charlie Kirk's death and how Black people should operate in hearing about his death.
Okay, so let me just be clear, because sometimes people like to blur the lines. There was a conversation in saying that I don't think that we should be celebrating the death of him. There's a difference with saying you shouldn't be talking about it or something of that sort. Nobody is saying any of that. Celebrating versus, all right, well, you know what? Okay, he died. All right, cool, let's move on. But that's really the conversation, right, in regards to that. However, I think maybe when people are speaking, they're interpreting something else different, and it may be coming across as if they're telling people what to do. I don't know. I haven't really been paying that much attention to the inside of what people are saying, but yeah, that's the conversation. Thank you for joining. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you for the rundown of the conversation. I mean, it's tragic. I mean, if we're not celebrating, should we be mourning his death? I mean,
no.
I mean, like, you know, I mean, like, and I'll just say this and then I'll be quiet. Like, I mean, from my observations of conversations that Charlie Kirk had, you know, I'm like, you know, I don't feel any kind of way. He's gone. Good. Okay. I mean, he's like Cameron said it best. Niggas die every day, B.
Okay. Hey, I believe people are entitled to their opinions. I'm not sure. I wasn't in the space previously before where this sentiment came from. It sounded like people were actually like cheering, like yay, yay, hip hip hooray, the racist is dead kind of thing. And some people don't think that that's cool, like to be celebrating that somebody died.
Might I ask, is it wrong if people were celebrating a zero racist dying?
Corey, can I pick
or being killed? Like, I just heard the previous speaker say, is it tragic? Yeah. Is it? I'm asking a question. Is it tragic?
And
I might want to grab it. I'm gonna look up what tragic is.
Yeah, Corey, I hear you, brother. And I said that kind of facetiously, like, I mean, tragic, you know, that he died, and that's why I was going on. I went on further to say, like, I know I've listened to Charlie Kirk for quite a number of years now, and heard the vile things that he said about black people, and heard the vile things that he said about like the people that look like me and exist in this world like me. So am I sad that Charlie Kirk is dead? Fuck no, I am not. I am not. And I'm not going to try to force myself to feel any otherwise. It is, and I'll say tragic loosely that he lost his life, that he is no longer amongst the living. But I kind of feel like, yo, you know what? You reap what you sow.
Well, it's interesting because I remember when Osama bin Laden was assassinated and killed, you know, Americans celebrate when international terrorists or what we deem terrorists are killed. But when it's somebody that's spreading domestic terrorism in various ways, then we're supposed to view that very differently when it's on our side.
Well, technically, because he was technically an American like us, I think that is what people are trying to placate the notion of, like, oh my gosh, he was an American, he was a dad, he was all like. While that may be very, very much true, he still had an everyday life that he chose to actually go out and spew nonsense. He went out there and made comments about Palestinian people and how they are the equivalent to cattle. And that they should not get a relatively thought about and all these. Like, these are the real things he was doing. And let's be clear, his organization, the Turning Point USA, he only has on YouTube 14 million subscribers. You don't really get that much engagement as well. So, like, I understand he may be someone they make clips out of, but he really didn't get that much notoriety. Like, he was only popular with my youth group, and that's it.
Well, he is popular with young people. I've got kids that are in college. One just got out of college. So how should one feel when this individual makes the world a dangerous place for your kids? How should you feel when it comes to their demise?
Yeah, he was literally in the middle of saying something. He had just said something about trans people doing mass shootings, and then he said something about gang violence and those type of mass shootings, which we all know that dog whistle. So, I mean, he was in the midst of doing what he does the best, and I would say he's pretty popular.
You guys, well, he did. Even if he, well, not for you, not for anybody on the stage, but for people who think that Charlie Kirk is actually going to like I understand he may do something with the young people at the time because our brains are very much influential at the time. But as we get older, we see the shit that he's actually doing. You see the harm that he's actually doing, and then the people who surround himself around in that circle. Like, let's be real. Let's go back and watch that video again of him getting shot. You can literally see a lot of those people who are around them are white people. Like, they're not any of us.
Yeah, man. As I said before, I don't think anybody should cry over his death. I'm just curious as to what this means politically in terms of, I mean, gosh, what part of Trump's justification for entering DC was nothing really about crime in DC, but because one of his staffers or something got killed or robbed or some shit like that. Can't exactly remember, right? Like, an administration.
And it wasn't even, and Black, it wasn't even killed. It was supposedly beat up.
It been beat up.
Which I don't even fucking believe that happened.
Right. Like an administration president who takes, personal slights and then weaponizes the military and then a good part of the executive branch against Black and brown cities. I would not be surprised if Trump finds another reason to do this even further and to push even harder.
How do the young niggas say it today? We smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack.
Hey, stop it.
Smoking on that Charlie Kirk.
And then final point for me is that, again, like, I think when we're talking about political violence, assuming that this is political violence, I don't think that this, puts outside the realm of possibility that a progressive, somebody on the left who's giving a public talk would not be targeted open season, whether it's an act of retaliation or otherwise. I just get concerned about acts of political violence generally and what it means politically. If folks want to celebrate his death and folks, don't care about it, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't care about him dying, but being killed. What I care about, again, like I said, is what it means politically.
But Black Freedom, we've already seen that example earlier this year. The congressperson or the state assembly person from what was it, Minnesota, her and her husband. Like we've already seen these acts already playing out.
They should stop.
So this is like, this Charlie Kirk stuff is nothing new, and we're talking about two individuals who were just representing their constituents. Charlie Kirk made an occupation out of spewing hate. So what did he expect was going to happen? Somebody at some point in time was going to, be his find out since he was fucking around.
Well, I mean, so I hear that, but then, can the same principle apply to the representatives? Like, I mean, of course it couldn't. So my question, so my concern becomes like political violence that is existing now, and how for me that's deeply troubling. That we have these acts of political violence, and it really quells, I think, the ways in which I think it can have a chilling effect on the ways in which people, I know one person was like, I think it was Madison, who's like, this isn't an organizing strategy. But for those of us who do that work and who are thinking about what this means, I think it can in some ways, and they were already targeted and surveilled. I think it can have in some ways a chilling effect. And so my point is that, like, again, fuck Charlie Kirk, but this has implications that exist beyond just a singular racist figure.
But I think that ship has sailed, and you might be 6 years behind the trend. We have crossed into this era abated by Trump that this is par for the course. I mean, I don't know if you all saw the video of the representative in Tennessee or Kentucky who was at a public speech last night, or I saw it last night. Literally saying the country is for white folk. That his ancestors built this country for us. It's for us. It's for us. And the natives, the savages, it's for us. The type of political environment, the socio-political environment that existed before this piece of shit human being came to the forefront of politics does not exist anymore. The norms that we are used to do not exist anymore. The type of respect, political dialogue, responses, etc., do not exist anymore. And we are behind the 8 ball if it's troubling now. It has been troubling.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree. I mean, I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, we do. It is.
No.
I mean,
No. See you later.
No, ma'am. Can Corey finish? Can Corey finish? Can Corey finish this point?
Please let Corey finish. Thank you.
French.
Oh, not you. No. Hell no. Don't bring him back up.
Yeah, don't bring him up. He can't speak English well.
Yeah, so we have passed the point of troubling and being troubled. At this point, it is, this is gonna sound crude. I felt it as it was coming up. The same way that we have anesthetized, however you said the word, I probably said that wrong, ourselves to school shootings, which was the conversation they were having, right? The same way that we have gone numb to that is how I feel about this. Like, we passed the point that this is not regular anymore.
She looked like a psychopath.
I agree with that, Corey, and I think that for me, that's why I have the position I have on this. It's like it's not that it's now becoming troubling, but I think that there's been an uptick. Like, I mean, obviously this has been happening for centuries.
Hey, Barbie.
There are ebbs and flows. I feel like that we're in a flow moment right now. And in recent history, we can date it back to, the activists who were found dead in their vehicles in Ferguson.
Hey, be quiet. Hey, for real. Nobody is in the mood for that. We're not doing that today. You about to get out of here, for real. For real. You're not about to do this. You're not about to do this. You're not. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're going to be quiet today. I moved her down.
How much Addy did she have today?
Who was talking? Go ahead, Playfree.
No, I mean, like we saw this when it came to the murder of the activists. I mean, what could be considered a murder? There hasn't been any official determination. I don't think they were just found dead in their vehicles, and the vehicles were burned. But I think it was clearly a murder. It may have been by law enforcement, but the activists in Ferguson. We've been living with this political violence for some time now, and for me, it's like that's not okay. And I hear what you're saying, Corey, about being a nerd to it. For me, I'm just not, and it's hard. It's just like I'm not, and I mean, in a different way, but just like I'm not a nerd to school shootings.
Yeah, I'm not either. But a separate idea that has come to me is that this is the point. This is the environment that they have been trying to cultivate.
I agree with that.
Yeah. This is exactly the point. They gonna show up at this motherfucker's funeral and perform and do all the things. I would not be surprised if Donald Trump is the eulogist. They gonna do all the things for the purpose of continuing to foment this violent response. This is the point. So they not mourning Charlie Kirk. He is about to be beatified. He is about to be. He is about to be their rallying cry.
He's going to be their political
martyr. Yeah.
He's going to be their political martyr. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see Charlie Kirk T-shirts out here and people out here wearing them, because they're going to make him his martyr. They're martyr. I don't.
And they're going to make it seem. They're going to make it seem as if he got.
And I don't know that if Charlie Kirk could come back and tell us after it happens if he would be sad about that.
Yeah.
I think they should increase security for all the Democrats right now. You know, there's going to be some retaliation. There's going to be some crazies out there trying to.
I don't know if you're on Twitter right now, but if you see a lot of the reactions to people, what they're reacting to, even Democratic members decide to text or put anything out saying like we praying for Charlie Kirk's family, whatever. They're even saying like, no, this is fucking war. Like you guys are Democrat. You guys are the ones that fucking did this. The Democrats did this.
They are saying it. Even though they don't know though, but they were gonna do it either way. It was gonna happen. Anything that happens to one of them,
I wouldn't be
they're
surprised.
gonna blame a Democrat for it. So that's gonna be.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be
Hey,
surprised.
All right. So a lot of people off mic. Go ahead, Gemini.
Whoever wants to start that.
What you said, Gemini?
I said, I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent you an invite. I sent you a couple of invites in the other spot.
Oh, I seen it.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I was literally arguing with TC because TC was trying to blame, saying that Democrats are being so violent. I don't understand why every time something happens, they got to get violent. Like, you cannot take outliers and start trying to blame outliers and say that is the mindset of the entire political party, right? That part, to me, doesn't make any fucking sense, and it's the weirdest shit ever. You know what would happen if it were them? They would say this black on black crime is fucking crazy. Yep. Wow. This black on black crime is fucking crazy. What about this white on white crime?
Okay, can I speak here before I get? Can I give me a second here?
No, other people want to see.
Just give me 60 seconds.
No, we don't give a fuck.
Yo, white ass, I don't give a fuck about you spazzing out, white lady. I don't give a fuck. No white your ass the fuck out of here.
All right, so wait, one second. Let me take it.
Yeah, too many people on the stage and too many voices on at the same.
All right.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody.
1 second. Who's that? 1 second, Jeremy. I'm gonna come right over to you. Just in case, because there's some new speakers on stage. I want to make sure I hear from everyone. But let's just be mindful. We don't do all that talking out of turn crap. Like, if there's a squabble, people going back and forth, or whatever, that's fine. Those two people can have that conversation, that dialogue. That was a great conversation between Corey and Black Freedom. I like the way that you all will be able to express your thoughts.
Pay attention to
without arguing back and forth.
Pay attention to this lady calling for lynchings in the chat.
Do you hear her talking?
You gotta check her to watch.
Y'all literally hear her talking, right?
Report her before you check her.
Let her finish what she was saying. First lady.
Bring her back up. My bad.
All right. So let's just keep the conversation going and flowing. Baby, it's so good to see you here. All right, Justin is here as well. And I got G in the house. Oh my goodness, go in, G. All right, Sandra's there. Jeremy, one mic on you, babe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if, for those in government that want to spark like a civil war, they just straight up just chose Kirk as the one that's gonna start it. You know what I mean? If they want to start it, then that's what they did. They probably used him as the martyr to trigger this whole shit. If this is what's going on.
Is it possible for me to, because when they were having their back and forth, which was great, my name was mentioned, and if I could just respond to that in terms of
that'll be $5, ma'am. Thank you.
That'd be what?
$5.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
But Black people, we've always been policed in our emotions, told to forgive, rise above. that sort of a thing. And the pendulum, I heard something said about the pendulum swinging because the pendulum has already swung, and pretending that this incident, is going to do that ignores the swing that was already battering our communities. And white supremacy has always used moments like this to justify targeting us. It's not new. It is not something that we control by being silent, in my opinion, because strategy and emotion can coexist. Yes, we need long-term strategy and organizing, but that doesn't require pretending that the death of somebody who harmed us, is a national tragedy. Like, we can be politically disciplined while still acknowledging that some people feel relief from this. And the real danger, from my perspective, is the narrative. The danger isn't that Black folks express relief or even celebrate. The danger is letting white-dominated media and political folks set the frame that his life was more valuable than the lives he targeted. So our job is to shift the conversation. Don't let his death overshadow the harm he caused or the systems that are in place that he defends that harm us.
I would like to add something briefly. I agree with everything that Madison said. I think we're spending a little bit too much time talking about, well, what if Charlie gets martyred and all of these Klansmen start blowing up churches? While that's probably going to happen and was going to happen before he got assassinated, the reality is it's a much worse climate when you can say the things Charlie Kirk said and make millions and millions of dollars and live a very safe life. What you actually do want societally is for there to be some level of fear and desensitization for saying some of the brutally cruel, evil, inhuman things he said about people. Like, I'm just going to use a quote from Charlie. I think empathy is a newfangled, corrosive word that we use, and it's very toxic. We should throw empathy out the window. Someone in a free society, a free democracy, getting millions and millions of young white armed men to consider empathy as a word that doesn't belong in the English language. Someone who's going around saying you shouldn't want a Black pilot. Someone saying that if a trans woman wants to play sports in high school, she should be taken out back and taken care of. I'm not saying bad things should happen to that person, but I also am saying a young white man or a young person in general shouldn't see mean, vicious people just get off scot-free being that way and making a multi-million-dollar career acting that way. You might have to be like, I might make $1 million, but I also might get shot in the neck while talking about Black crime under a tent that says prove me wrong. Like, listen, come on. I don't celebrate anything, but I tell you what, if you look at other communities and how they feel about their oppressors when they go, they do not go around warning other people in their community about being too celebratory. It just is what it is.
So, but here's the thing though, right? Why aren't we talking about the game plan? Because if you go to some of these other spaces that are happening right now here on this wonderful app, they're planning. They're already talking about war, right? That's the conversation we need to be having versus having an argument about, why this Black person telling you not to celebrate and so on or whatever. That ain't gonna help us. What's the strategy moving forward?
Oh, I have a plan.
Like, with what? There's
You have to
what? There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
No, the main issue.
Wait a minute, there's other people that want to speak though. Wait a minute, now let me get to some other people. G, how you feel? You want to
speak? If there's a chance, I'd like to speak, but
I'll get to you. I'll get to you, Justin. G, you didn't say anything. Sandra, did you want to say something? 1, 2.
No, I just came to see what you got.
Great, no worries. Please stay right there. Hey, Mega. Bart, baby, how you doing? I hear you say that.
How are you?
Hello, how are you, beautiful?
Hello, my darling.
Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm very shocked. I've been on a deep dive on Twitter. Yeah, a month ago there was a post that said that Charlie Kirk feared being murdered by Israel. Funny enough, and a month later he gets shot. I think it's kind of crazy. I think there's some sort of I'm a big conspiracy theorist. I think there's some sort of weird agenda behind this. in which they're trying to prove some sort of point or they're trying to distract people from something.
We don't.
It's very
only been a
suspicious.
couple hours. We don't gotta go straight to Jewish conspiracy theories. do we?
Listen.
That's what she's saying,
I
bro.
just find it very, very, very interesting that on the I saved the tweet on the 10th of where's the likes? Okay, here. It said, I'm not going to name names. Harrison hates Smith, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. That was on the 13th of the 8th, 2025. A month later, he gets shot in the neck, point blank. Even the guy arrested, they said that guy wasn't the guy that shot him. Do you get what I'm saying? For that shot to be so on point, sorry, that's crazy. That's giving a professional hit. That's not giving a random Joe around the corner that picked up a gun. That's giving like long range target, like shot. Like that is, I don't know. That was a shot and a half. Like that's not a amateur. Do you get what I'm saying?
A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people don't like him. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm really kind of shocked by this, but he caught my attention because he was open actually to speak to people that were gonna debate him today. So it's really sad.
You literally
Miss White woman, you can't keep cutting people off.
You know
No, it's fine. I started to choke. I was shocked.
Y'all talking about cutting her off, but the ridiculous bullshit.
1 second, Barbie, were you done? Wait, Barbie, were you, baby? I'm sorry, baby, were you finished?
Oh no, go ahead. Thank you for letting me speak. Big up you guys.
I really thought she was gonna come and say Charlie Kirk got bodied when he was in London debating those Oxford kids, and they cremated his ass. And listen,
nah, they did good. They did good.
That was a masterclass in debating when people actually know what they're talking about, and not the idiots that Charlie Kirk debates on Jupiter.
No, I see some good American students though. You know that black girl, she's good.
Did their research. They actually called Charlie Kirk for being a community college dropout. That hurt his ego.
If I could, I'd really like a chance to share something, if I may. But you tell me.
Go for it, sir.
Man in the room. If I could.
Go for it, sir.
It's like, thank you. It's like Charlie Kirk. That's what the room is about. Okay, and it's like, I'm not saying I was ever a fan or anything. I was an observer of him, and I wasn't sure if he was just doing it for his own media attention and whatever. And it's like, however, in these circumstances of what's happened, all I feel inside myself, nothing to do with politics and race and colour, is that was a brave man. He was a brave man.
Yes, let him finish. We allow all push me to the other side. Push it to the other side.
Okay, yeah, but maybe I'll go. But someone said let me finish, so fine. Thank you for that. And so I thought, well, he's a brave man who's got his own opinions, right or wrong. I'm not saying I support them or anything. It's like I'm saying it's a brave man.
The fuck was a brave? Okay, so what the fuck was brave about going and badgering and picking with little college kids and on stages across America? Hold on. You may just let me just complete my thing. Let me just complete. Hey, is this a white thing that y'all feel like y'all just can't just let me finish fucking talking? All right, so what was so fucking brave that he went around and sat on the stage and picked with motherfuckers and tried to outwit them as a fucking grown adult with kids that he could have been doing something? What the fuck was so brave about that? Please explain.
Now go ahead, Justin. Your mute button work, Justin? Justin, unmute. I muted you. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Actually, all I want to do is just answer my own view on that question. Okay, nothing more to do with his politics. Is what I see as brave is it's not about right or wrongness. It's like people like Trump and co, they have mass security. Candace Owens and the other Tucker, they hide understandably in their own place and that. But this guy, he just goes out and says his shit in front of people. He's a target.
He also has big security.
He has security there.
No, he has security.
No, his security is not that big. They didn't have security.
Shut the fuck up.
No,
Let
he didn't
him
have
finish his
They
fucking
didn't
control.
This is why I stopped doing cocaine right there. That's the problem. Hey, this guy got shot today, standing out, and I'm just saying at least he was brave. I'm not saying he's right.
I agree with you, Justin. Don't listen to these people.
I'm just saying he's at least fucking brave.
They go over
bravery.
Okay, Justin, all right, come on, y'all talking all at one time. You can't hear.
Thank you.
Wait
a minute, did Articulate leave?
Yo, why y'all? Come on, one at a time.
I'll boom this bitch. I'll boom it. I'll boom it.
Please take your finger off the button. We're going to control the conversation.
All right.
Well, First Lady, don't boom the room, Miss J. Please don't boom the room.
All right, y'all gotta please stop jumping off mic just to say, let's please keep your intrusive thoughts to yourself. We can't hear nobody else.
We're going to have to start shooting. If there's not a queue and you're not the person directly after, we're going to have to shoot you. No disrespect for anybody that does that. That's what's going to happen.
All right, so did Justin finish? So if Justin finish, he's finished with his response. Okay, he's gone. All right.
Yeah, can I just? I'm not no mod or no shit, but I don't even think it's that crazy in here today. Like, I know Charlie Kirk got shot, but is everybody just trigger happy? Too soon? Okay.
That's wrong in my opinion, and I go to a lot of different rooms. This room is very tolerant when it comes to that. There's not really, I don't see trigger happy mods in here. But if people are over talking each other, we can't hear each other's thought to even respond to it conclusively. That's all. That's what's being said. I don't think it's that crazy, but people are over talking and we can't hear the conversation. It doesn't have a natural flow.
Where did Articulate go? Because I don't know.
He flew over our heads. It's fine. Can we move on?
Don't do that.
No, it's the Lord.
I do think that.
Because again, I think all you guys, we're all saying the same position, like over and over and over and over again. I don't think anybody wishes unalivenment onto any person. Nobody wishes death onto someone here upon this earth. However, when you feel and bigoted shit, guess what? Shit comes to you, and so there's nothing we can really say. Man die, and we move on.
I mean, some people do it, but I don't understand this whole idea of fucking the enemy just living his best life. I want the enemy dead and gone. So because so now that it wasn't okay for me to celebrate, I'm celebrating today. I'm putting some food on the grill. I'm turning on the music. I think this is a great day. It's a great time to celebrate a fucking enemy dying and getting what he deserves. Yes.
It's kind of, you know what, I can agree with you a little bit, Brooklyn, because wasn't it kind of the same thing when we were all celebrating when the plantation home that Annabelle burned down for us?
Yeah, when the fucking massa would die, the ancestors would celebrate and be happy. So we gonna do the same thing.
You know what? Shame on you. Shame on you.
You gotta stop.
You cannot be doing
talking
this.
about he's a cracker that deserved it. Now what? What you gonna say?
Let's cracker
I was about to say this. Look, I'm gonna do
y'all being racist.
Give me 1 second, right? I don't stand with him on any level. I think that it's good to see opposition gone. But I wouldn't wish death upon him because he had racist, sick-ass, twisted-ass, weird-ass fucking beliefs, right? That was fucked up. He was fucked up. But I believe in karma and I believe in energy. I believe in the universe righting itself. I also believe, if you want to go to a more technical standpoint, that they're going to be monitoring people on apps like this, right, to see the mind state and if they're a potential danger and you're going to have Secret Service and FBI and everybody else. If you start saying things that can be the equivalent of a threat or potential violence towards a political party, I don't think it's smart to do anymore. I think that's going to be taken seriously, and it's going to be monitored, and it could put you under a scope that you don't want to be under, right?
We all been ICE is going to show up at your door.
I'm about to land right here, but I will say this. I do find it very ironic how much he advocated for gun rights and how much he minimized the deaths that would come from it for him to be shot in the throat. Because he said himself that, you know what, there's going to be some people that have to die for the Second Amendment to stand, and that's okay. I'm good with that. Empathy is not really a thing. So, I mean, that's very ironic to say that and then suffer that fate.
You know, wishing is one thing, but something that when it's after the fact, it's after the fact. It already happened. So at this point, it's not about wishing somebody was dead. It's the fact of the matter that somebody is at this point. And in terms of surveillance, I was just having this conversation last night. Yes, of course, you should monitor, period. If you're online, that is your image across the board. You should be monitoring that all the time. Nothing has changed with today. We're all under surveillance all the time. I use my name on this app. So anything I say or anything I do, I'm going to stand by it, whatever it is. So wishing is one thing, but after the fact, that's another one. It's a done.
It's a little poetic that the very tool he used to spread his hate, racism, misogyny, all the ugliness that he did was his voice, and they shot him in the throat.
He was only.
I mean, they took that throat chakra theory. They said down.
Two things are undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony is always undefeated. It is always undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony.
That's a fact. And Mother Irony got a hold of that though, didn't it?
Yeah, Brooklyn. You remember when Kevin Samuels died and he died in an apartment alone?
Very celebratory about that one too. I'm sorry.
Talking about fat women.
He wasn't alone.
People felt the way, but I did it.
He was with a lady for him.
He was died in an apartment alone.
All right, y'all must want me to be the party pooper, right?
Okay, I was just saying irony.
Okay, thank you. You said it. Next caller.
And there are two things that humans.
Brooklyn, you've been talking a lot. Can somebody else get in?
Have I been okay, let me just go in the audience.
Nobody needs you to go in the audience. Nobody wants you to go in the audience. Michael, you were getting ready to say something? Andre, I don't know if your mic came out.
I muted up after you said too many people were talking.
No. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I didn't say too many people were talking. I said that I didn't hear other voices. I wanted to hear other voices, so I was specifically talking about hearing your voice, sir.
I got you. I'm sorry, First Lady. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Then I won't make way for you. Hey, Jay. Jay, what'd you say? Sierra.
I said, not you scaring them, First Lady.
No, ain't nobody scared.
That man nervous. You make that man nervous.
He ain't no damn nervous.
You don't understand how nervous you make the straight man.
No, First Lady, you put on your mama voice out here and shit. It was talking to her like, damn, First Lady.
First Lady, I'm walking.
You need to stop this lies. These are lies. I don't understand.
Men are telling you. How you gonna tell the men that are telling you that what we're hearing?
First Lady, have you ever seen that Maury episode where that one girl got and told that tall ass man to get on his knees? That was you. That's you.
Yup.
That's your ass. Who said move?
Raising the voice too, which is crazy. Now everybody's scared. She done scared the room for
Shut up, Gemini.
So, First Lady asked about solutions. I think the stats can't be that much different now. But the same amount of now there are two parts to this. The same amount of percentage is way more than it is us. So the numbers is off. Of white people that own guns, black people own guns. as it relates to protecting your home, I think we still have that vestige of nonviolent political resistance in a culture today that, has it ever been? It's never met our nonviolence with nonviolence. And so I think that as they continue to foment this type of violence, the target or the effect of DC didn't happen the way they wanted it to. Black folk weren't out in the streets acting crazy, and we haven't had some instance of violence to trigger us, right? To go, Detroit on their ass. And so this might be theirs. And I just think that, for the people who want to, like, go to a gun range, get a gun card. Now, the stats say that most people are killed or injured by their own guns that they own in their own home. So, take that safety course a bit seriously. But, this just, well, Max, but this like sitting around, kumbaya and talking about it, I don't think it's going to change anything. Especially, as I said, with the climate that is being created. We have entered into a place where violence is the language that they're calling for.
So let me make sure I understand. You're suggesting that people should go to the gun range, pick up some firearm, and get ready for the revolution? Like,
sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if you need to.
Sure.
I'm asking CJ if for his clarity, not for you to, chihuahua around. Go ahead.
She about to get the belt. Yes, that is essentially, if the revolution comes to your front door, meet them. Now, the problem is, and this is why we have to have these conversations in like community and with people that got better sense, right? We are on the precipice of moving into an all-out dictatorship. Like this building up ICE, as I think Stacey Abrams and others have said, as Trump's personal police force, it's happening. As we're sitting here talking now, I'm sure, right? And these things are not connected as far as we think to ICE or to immigration or to black folks. Somebody asked in the chat, why is the Klan being brought up? What they gonna come do to black folk? Black folk ain't got shit to do with this. We've never had shit to do with any of the shit, but they target us anyway, right? So, I mean, I think at the very least, for the people who are scared, nervous, concerned, go to a jujitsu class, do something. Don't just be sitting waiting for it to come meet you unprepared in any type of way.
Trent, you on stage? I see you here. I know you mentioned the fact that he was right in the midst of talking about trans mass shooting or something, and then that's when
he was building a question on trans mass shooters, and he says that there's too many trans mass shooters, and that's right when the shot comes out. It is now, and again,
it was actually when he said the gang violence.
Then he says the gang. Then he says the gang violence. Yeah, take
said it First Lady. Thanks.
Yeah, take this with a grain of salt. There is a picture of an individual on what's called the Lucy roof at the Utah Valley Center moments before he shot. There's a video of some guy on the roof. My mother said she wanted to extend her thoughts, but I'll save that for later because I know you guys are talking. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous photo of Jesse Jackson and others pointing at the top of the Lorraine Motel.
So there's a conversation regarding, this looming thing that Black people always have to be, empathetic, caring. But is that not our fabric? Is that not how we were brought up? I just want to know, like, are we changing those sentiments? Have we become something different? Just let me know.
It is a part of the fabric of how we've been brought up, but I think there's some conversation to be had about making your opponents docile. I think there's something to be said about that. And I've said this before, that if Black folk tapped into a portion of the rage that we have inside us genetically and turned it on this country, we would fuck this bitch up. However, we have accepted the docile nature that has been cultivated and bred into us, and then that coupled with the political ideology of someone that we have, turned into a saint and a martyr, right? That whether or not it served us the way that we wanted it to, whether or not it continues to serve us the way that we want it to, respectability politics and not being angry or showing emotion that would put your life in danger, all of that contributes to what you're saying, First Lady. And I think that sometimes we chalk it up to, well, we were raised to be kind and empathetic and the laudable parts of it, without talking about the reason that we were raised that way was so you wouldn't be the next Emmett Till.
Right. So that's what I was saying about the revolution, right? Because the way I hear this conversation started, it just sounded like, all right, we're ready to fight kind of thing. And what Just was saying earlier in regards to, we ain't got them kind of weapons. Like, you trying to fight the federal government? Like,
it's retarded.
What's going on? So that's what I'm trying to figure. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what people are saying.
I don't think that it's the federal government that we really have to fight anymore. It's their goons.
Who do you think is backing white people?
Hello?
I mean, I'm just and listen. I'm talking about the Aprils. I don't mind going to war. I'll fight anyone. But yo, strategy is a thing. I feel like mostly like everybody else. But I'm also not putting, like, whether we willing to die for it. I don't want to put like my moms and my sisters and the women I know. I'm not ready to just willy-nilly throw them out there. I don't know. I just think there needs to be a little bit more strategy involved. If y'all talking about fighting,
Just, I want to say this real quick. I want you to think of it on this level. We can't fight the federal government. They are armed, trained. They have skill sets and assets that we don't have access to. So that's just silly. However, to be armed and to be able to protect yourself from the outliers is super important, right? It's not going to be the federal government showing up at your house if things are happening. It's going to be your neighbor. Right. It's going to be the little group, the little active group.
Militia from the neighboring community.
Militias. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that Los Angeles County has more hate groups than any other county, even though we have the least amount of white people. As far as registered hate groups, we have the most. So to not be armed and be able to protect yourself against threats like that might activate once things go, is just going to be short-sighted and stupid. I'm
not saying not keep our guns. I'm not saying don't keep our guns. I'm saying, go get your guns. Definitely learn how to fight, all that shit. I encourage that. But maybe I'm missing what's being said, because it's like, we ready to go to war, and I Oh,
I mean, to be fair,
I don't know if it's time for that yet, yo.
No, I'm not advocating we're ready to go to war. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying for clarity.
To be fair, Gemini, you might not have said it, but there's been a couple people in this conversation that have just, for no reason, talked about civil war and war and.
No. I need to shut up. That's not what I'm saying.
It's a very irresponsible way to treat these things, but there is a responsible strategy. For the past 10 years, you've been in a climate where your family's in danger, especially if you're in a red state, if you're in the South. But now, at this point in time, anywhere in America. So if you're black, living in a black community, if you're just an American, living in an American community, it'd be important to be armed up, to be raising your children in a culture of discipline and self-defense and safety, and to maybe have a community watch. Like, you living in the country you're living in. It's only been about 40, 60 years of not continual stochastic and intentional terrorism against particular communities, namely ours. And you need to pay attention to where we are historically and try to learn from past tragedies. I got a Caltech KSG. It's just a shotgun. It's just for my house. I'm not walking around marching. I'm not like Mr. 2A. I just know I live in America and things get violent. And I'm in fucking Connecticut. If I was in the South, I'd be marching up and down my neighborhood in a community watch. If I didn't have that, it'd be a first priority. If I'm living in Atlanta, I'm worried about the rest of Georgia. But yeah, it is time to really, really talk about what the worst probabilities are and be prepared for that.
Now, when we talk about race war, that's not my conversation. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that.
It's a phrase that needs to be buried, really. That's a phrase that needs to be buried, really, because it's
not
happening.
Let me finish real quick, King. Yeah, I'm not saying get ready for the race war. What I'm saying is you need to have knowledge of arms and protect yourself and be capable of using a firearm to protect yourself. Be familiar with said firearm, go to the range, take it apart, put it back together, know that firearm intricately, so whenever anything happens, it is muscle memory, it's not you learning during the process. I think if we have that right, which our ancestors died for, to keep and bear arms, and we don't exercise that, we're doing everybody a serious disservice, especially to protect yourself. When people do show up at your house, if they do, and I hope they don't, if somebody shows up at your house with the intent to harm you and yours, words ain't going to work. Hey, no, stop, it ain't going to work. I'm calling the cops, ain't going to work. You're going to have to be able to protect yourself in the moment. That's important.
But haven't we learned at this point that it's not gonna, like, it's 2025. Like, I don't know, we describe shit like it's 1950. All of these shootings have been from long range. It haven't been, well, there was the one with the Democratic senators, but they were coming home from dinner, right? They were coming home. What'd you say?
They were at a baseball game, King.
Right.
You're right. But it wasn't long range.
And I, you know, like, I'm minding my fucking business. I'm headed to a concert tonight. Motherfuckers don't just show up at your door. Like, I just, it's hard for me to hear these things and take it seriously, but I would, since there are war fighters, shout out to Hexeth, there are war fighters in the room. Like, how do y'all feel about all this? Or is it that, you know, like, it is what it is. This is America. Motherfucker can get shot at the mall, like, anywhere. And that's just it. And you're not going to be able to protect yourself. This is the society that we've created. This is the society that we live in.
King, I'm going to tell you this. There are some outlying communities in Los Angeles County, because it's such a large county. It's one of the largest, if not the largest counties in the United States. There are some outlying communities that are MAGA, believe it or not, right? And in those communities, and I know because of a couple warehouses that we operate out of, they will intentionally go and break in and steal from the properties they know belong to black people. So what you're saying is not happening. It's happening right fucking now. It's not happening to you, but it's happening here right now. Right? So if you're not able or capable of protecting yourself or prepared, which is the most important aspect of it, legally prepared to protect yourself, then you're a sitting fucking duck. And I don't want nobody to be a sitting fucking duck. It's much better to be prepared and not need to utilize something than to be unprepared and not have it when something does happen or the unexpected happens.
Gemini, what's happening? Okay. Where? What are you talking about?
Women Trent, he can explain this over again. 1 second. Hey, Ade, thank you for joining. Listen, because you guys were talking about the Silver Board. I was saying revolution, whatever. I don't know if you guys heard me say this earlier, but I was saying right now on this app, they are planning their future. Okay, and all right, fine. Somebody saying, well, they're not gonna show up at your door, whatever. I want to understand about the temperature that's getting ready to come. These people have been on the edge of their seat waiting for this. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've gone into Costco. I'm trying my little cart, and I just feel like this aggression, from certain people. Not gonna mention any colors or race. And now that this has happened, how are we going to move forward is what I'm trying to think about. Do you guys pick up what I'm putting down?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about. Because you might not meet somebody that's at the height of wanting to shoot you, but there's some energy that has already been stirring up. And I think that this right here is part of the match that's going to set this thing off. So
can I ask
that's
y'all
what
a
I was
question?
talking about.
Why do y'all think that this has anything to do with us? Like, this happened from a cracker shooting another cracker in a cracker state where hardly no black people are.
Right. So they just want something to pin on us. We don't have nothing to do with it. A lot of stuff we haven't had anything to do with, but yet and still we still get the brunt end of it because they're gonna find a way to push it and make it seem that way. That's just how it always goes, and that's what I'm talking about. Instead of us planning and thinking ahead, we always behind the 8 ball. So that's what I'm trying to have.
Let me.
But they've been pinning things on us. Like
That's what I just said.
Yeah. So I don't think this is like in the last room. Like I said, I just don't think this is it. It's already been in motion. And I think, unfortunately, we've been, like you said earlier, that we just been too late or too lackadaisical and have not been listening. Like, Trump's election was a warning shot, and we just sat around like nothing.
Right.
And so it's like, for me, we got to pay attention and we have to see where things are going, and we have to be active. We have to be proactive. We can't be reactive.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
That's what I was trying to say. But what does that entail doing, like, that we aren't?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think I'm going to be quite honest. I've always been an advocate for people getting their conceal and carry and getting a gun and actually knowing how to use it. I think tactical training, especially for Black women, is very important. And I think that that's a start.
I mean, every Black woman I know got a gun, too.
Not where I'm from. A lot of Black women don't,
Yeah, that's not true.
I don't have one.
A lot of people don't know how to shoot. And a lot of people don't know how to shoot. They don't know how to clean their guns. They don't know how to shoot. I always tell Black women, go to tactical training. Get yourself a gun. It is dangerous out there for us.
But do y'all think that that's just the majority, or is that the women? Because I don't know that all the Black people I know, period, are even the people that aren't. My mama got a gun. She's not a gun person, but everybody that live around me that's Black got a gun. Like, it's just a thing to have.
That sounds like an Atlanta thing, but this is not.
But most Black people live in the South, y'all.
Yeah, but we're all here too. I'm in LA. But hear me out. Just I want you to think of this, right? Having a gun is actually more dangerous than having a gun with training. That makes it less dangerous. Having a gun just means you're up in the ante because now you got a gun, but you're not really trained with it, so you're gonna get fucked off. Right?
But why do you think we're not trained?
You don't have the muscle memory. The second that you raise that gun and you're not really a gun person, you're gonna get fucked up if somebody know what they're doing.
Why do you think that people are not trained?
Man, they're not training, bro. They're not training, bro. Having a gun, possession of a gun, I go to the range all the fucking time. I don't see a lot of Blacks at the range I go to. Ain't no fucking.
Let's not argue about who.
Well, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that's to me what they're saying. It just sounds like an assumption that because I don't know, we can ask other people, but all the people I know, they have a gun and they've at least gone to the range and taken a class to know how to use it. I think black people are very up on gun.
I think it's more than going to the range. Like for me, I'm very specific. I'm saying tactical training. That is what people need to start doing. It's not just going to the range. You could see a piece of paper and clap, 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 and then go home. I'm talking about tactical training, actually knowing, like strategies, like skills, decision making, in high stress level environments. Using like physical tools like your firearms and stuff like that. That is what I tell people to do. It's not just going to the range.
I don't know. I just don't think everybody's a soldier. I think you have a certain amount of people that are gonna do that will do that. But I think just like in real life, everybody's not a soldier. Even in the army, everybody is not doing combat. So I think having just knowing how to shoot for somebody like my mom, she just not a good, but she know how to shoot. We make sure she know how to shoot. So if something were to happen, she can bang on a motherfucker if needed, but she don't really want to, deal with it. I've heard other women that are in the army that don't really like guns. So that's just the nature of humans. But I do think that is an assumption because you have cities like Houston, Atlanta, Miami, DC, or, give or take, that are in the South or Virginia, I'm sorry, that have like pretty much, more loose gun laws. And I know the women that I know, and especially the men, they got guns.
Just, this is what I did because I wanted to make sure it wasn't an assumption. I hear what you're saying. The good thing about gun ownership is you have to register. And when you have to register, you have to provide your ID, which contains your ethnicity. So they have stats to back that. What percentage, and I just looked it up, do you think of black, let me take that back. What percentage of gun owners do you think are black? No, let me take that back. Let me rephrase that. What percentage of blacks own guns?
What's the point of it?
The percentage is extremely low. That's the point. It's a minority.
I mean, it probably is low, but that's truly is low. But that's to say that it's first of all, it's a lot of people in the South that guns are a part of the culture. So before they were registering guns, it was black people with guns here, right? It was black people with guns. There's black people that knew how to use guns. It's a part of something that they grew up doing. Like when I moved to Georgia, I was shocked. All of the black people, all of the women, black women that I knew that hunted, that did it as a sport. And every gun is not going to be registered, so everybody is not going to know. They're not going to know the exact amount of black people that got fucking guns, but that's besides the point. Why are we even caring about black people with guns at this point? If anything, it's not going to be a race war. If anything, it'll be probably civil. And if that's the case, then it'll involve more than one race, which is black people.
Hold on, Gemini. I see 30% of blacks and 38% of white people.
I see 24% when I look, right? But this is the thing.
Let's just say it's 24%. That's not like 38% of white people. It's similar.
The 24% number is from 2017.
But I want you to think about this.
So it's more people that own guns now.
I want you to think about this. When you say most, that means 51% or more, right? That's most. 24%, or let's even give 30%, is not most. So most of us don't own guns. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but that's relative. That's why you have to look up the other percentages. All right, so this is why you have to look up the percentages of what other demographics own guns. So that's why I looked up what percentage of white people own guns and Hispanics. So relative to everybody else, it's on par. 38% of white people, 30% of black people. Hold on, let me look at Hispanics.
I want you to be clear, Judge. What you said was not relative to everybody else. You said all the black people I know, all the black people own guns.
Within gun ownership, that's why you have to understand statistical things and relativity. So I'm talking about those who own guns. So we're talking about relative to people who own guns. So there's a percentage of the population who owns guns, just overall. So actually, black people's is relatively on par, or just a little lagging, like it is in everything else that we do. So it actually does make sense.
What I'm saying,
if you understand the other, you can't just see just throwing a statement out about black people or about a demographic, there are other factors that you have to pull into it. So it's never, I didn't say most people have guns, because that's not the case. Most people don't have guns in general.
Right, but when you start saying all the black people I know, and I'm telling you, like, a lot of black people I know don't.
Which I qualify by saying I live in Atlanta, a black city, and a southern city.
Right, which is probably unique to your region. But let's take it outside the relative part, because I agree with you on the relative part, right? It's got to be relative to other races, and we can look and see if we're on par and behind. I don't want us to be on par or behind. I want us to be ahead. I want us to be double. Like, I want us to be armed to the point where we have an advantage. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there's no such thing as that, and it is kind of like the gun conversation is an important conversation to have, but an important aspect of the gun conversation is realism. There's no way for black people to arm themselves into safety. In fact, the higher percentage of us that is armed only results in a higher percentage of gun regulation in our communities, as well as more arms amongst our oppressors. And so this isn't guns isn't in any way going to be the thing that liberates black people. It's the last line of defense when crackers are barreling into your neighborhood and kicking down your doors. And so you should have, in the same way that you should be raised how to throw a correct punch, which most of y'all don't know how to do, you should also know how to fire a gun, disassemble it. You should be aware of what guns are best for your protection within your homes. Again, I highly recommend shotguns. Pistols are kind of overrated. But you should just know basic safety and self-defense. But you 2A radicals pretending that you're in any way, with any amount of investment, will be prepared for a wartime situation, you need to talk to more actual, like, special operatives, people who are veterans. The only way you get better at war is being in a war.
What are you talking about? You follow the conversation?
Dr. Articulous.
I didn't follow the conversation.
Yeah, that wasn't even a conversation.
You're talking about percentages of people who own guns.
No, that wasn't the conversation.
He was under the train. Hey, listen, guys.
Did it just change? Did the conversation just change?
If you haven't already placed your vote, please draw your attention to the top here and go ahead and cast your vote. We thank you for flying with Politically Correct.
If you don't have your gun legally, please don't answer the question. Thank you, because I'm a researcher.
Black people have the second highest registered gun ownership of any demographic, and we're not the same. So from this data, it would show that we're actually more apt to having guns, because we're definitely not the second highest population or demographic in the country yet. If we're at 30, it says that Hispanics are at 20 and Asians are at 10. So that would say that black people are definitely up on gun ownership or guns at a higher rate than other demographics, right?
Wait, I'm so confused. What's the point of this again?
Yeah, what did I say, Jess?
I said let's not get caught up in it, but they ain't listening.
Right. And that's just registered owners, right?
Wait, no, but like, again, I'm confused. What is the point? Like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I already asked that question, Jay. So it doesn't need to be answered because no.
Can y'all tell me what answer y'all put? Because I see a lot of gray. Can y'all tell me what answer is that one?
Those numbers could be skewed because depending on where you live.
Gray means you didn't participate in the survey.
I did. Okay, so depending on where you live, you might not even have to register a weapon. So, like in certain states, state I live in, you don't have to register your weapon. And I can tell you right now, fuck with me, you don't think I was a military veteran, and nobody knows what I have.
Most of you niggas are stumbling and fumbling over your guns in real situations. This shit is annoying, bro. You niggas.
Nah, they shooting their leg. What are you talking about?
Motherfuckers don't handle pistols when they don't go to the range.
New York Giants player.
All you niggas are killers. All you niggas are fucking murderers.
Who the fuck said something about being a killer?
All y'all are fucking goofy. It sounds goofy. What are we talking about?
Can somebody bring Ashley here? Because she's a real killer. Can y'all bring Ashley? And she's gonna show you how to work that gun.
y'all want to play.
That's the point that I'm making about black people.
being proactive. Like I don't really understand like how the conversation was.
Because everybody not built for that. Everybody, that's just everybody.
But nobody's even talking about people going to war. It's just protecting yourself, having the basic skills to protect yourself.
Everybody's not even built for that. Like,
it doesn't matter whether they're built for it, but if it's something that's coming, then you want to be prepared for it.
Thank you.
Being built and being prepared is two different things. I might not be built for it, but guess what? I know I need to be prepared.
So you spent your $8.99 on karate for 2 months. Now, Billy Bob is at your door, fucking you up, and you done froze up because you don't know how to implement. No, I'm just saying. If you had fights, if I could just
nobody else can get a word in because everybody keeps cutting me off.
Well,
then we just gonna keep on cutting each other off. So we just gonna keep on making business. I can do it because I got a lot of words to say. I mean, I can keep on saying it. Nobody's even talking about $8.99 karate. What are you talking about? No. We're talking about guns.
Remember this.
Talking about guns.
Okay. So now you got a gun and somebody at your door and you done clipped up and you can't shoot it right. Yeah, okay. Send everybody to war. You have a lot of dead grannies and panicky ass women. That's why everybody ain't at war now.
Let me be honest with y'all. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let me put y'all on it. ML could probably put you on, and Haitian can too. No matter how much training you got, until you're confronted with the situation, I can tell you a lot of people freeze up. Okay?
Yep.
A lot of people freeze up. They don't know how to use their fucking weapon, and they could have been trained for years. We got soldiers that constantly go to the range. I can tell you only got to get qualified, once every 6 months now? But we take them to the range at least once a month now. And these motherfuckers are still fucking freezing up. And they are still shooting the wrong way. And when people are fucking moving, it's not the way you trained in your little 4 weeks or your little 2 to 5 days tactical course that you may have taken. So when you're talking about training, you guys haven't even trained the way some of these soldiers, these airmen, well, I'm not going to say airmen.
Don't talk bad about the Air Force. My dad was in the Air Force.
Soldiers and Marines have trained. We train 8 months out of the fucking year. And these soldiers still make mistakes. So when you talk this shit about training, your best bet is to take Taekwondo class and learn how to defend yourself.
Let's not get on the police. Let's not get on the police.
So one moment. Because let me just set this straight. I asked about being proactive. Now, when people are giving suggestions about being proactive, you're saying it's not going to work. So we're just supposed to stand there and allow the people to just come at us, right? Like, I mean, come on now. I mean, even if, wait a minute, hello. That was a rhetorical question. That was not come off your mic and answer it.
I know.
So what?
Just stay on mute and let her finish her sentence.
I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna show him today, because I ain't playing with y'all. Y'all keep fucking with me, and I'm not the one to fuck with. I play nice, but I sure can be a motherfucking bitch if I want to be. So don't bring it out. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted with jokes. I'm saying that preparing, that might mean that we got to strategize and start getting together in different groups and taking people out so that they can start learning how to shoot, if in fact this should come to it. I'm just saying they're talking about a conservative war. What is that supposed to mean? I'm just trying to prepare instead of being taken, and like, oh, well, we didn't know this was coming. We didn't know. Why don't you know? Why can't you see it?
I'm going to tell you this. I don't know what kind of civil war is supposed to be coming. I don't know what kind of war y'all planning on, but I'm not going to be there.
I'm not either.
I didn't know there was a.
I'm not either.
This is the conversation. This is what I'm perceiving the conversation to be. So when people are talking about, I don't know what y'all preparing for. I'm preparing my dinner right now. I'm sipping on my wine and I'm listening to y'all talk crazy.
They fantasizing. It's just a black. What is First Lady? She not shooting nobody. She's gonna be pretty.
Hold up, you don't know what somebody's gonna do.
He's bringing context to the conversation. That's it.
I'm just saying we're not.
She doesn't have a gun. You think she's outside trying to train with a fucking weapon?
No, we gotta protect her.
Okay, so she's just playing devil's advocate. So make it make sense.
I wasn't roasting her. I'm agreeing with her. I'm agreeing with her.
Okay, there you go.
Once again,
I don't think
hey, let me hop in here for 1 second. I'm so confused how we got from Charlie Kirk and shot to all of a sudden it's going to be a war on all black people in America. We need to get guns. We need tactical training. Let's be very honest. This is equivalent to the niggas in Chicago saying that if the military ICE were to come here, we're going to blow their asses down. No, the fuck they're not. Like, it's the same thing here. It's quite literally the exact same thing here. Let's say if, in a wild fucking fantasy, we were to get the entire black community to come together, excluding some of the niggas in the military, because respectfully, some of y'all would not join our side.
That retired coach.
Let's really think about this. Do we actually think us, with our handguns, because all of a sudden, and maybe some ARs, all of a sudden y'all niggas are popping out with rocket launchers and tanks too. I'm gonna give us the benefit of the fucking doubt. Let's say we somehow got our own fucking Air Force jets and shit too. Do you really absolutely think that if the military...
We're not talking about that. Why is Matthew bringing that up?
Jay, I'm going to finish what I'm saying before you cut me off.
Patty, it's so weird. Like, you guys keep bringing up this. We're not talking about that.
We're not talking about that at all. Jay, I should not have let you cut me off.
Well, then guess what?
Jay,
Maybe y'all need to clarify what you... Because I'm going to tell you...
Yeah, what y'all talking about? Because I'm lost.
Hey, what you're not going to do is out-talk me. How about that? You're not going to out-talk me because I'll drop your ass. First of all, when you guys are speaking, maybe you need to listen to how you speak, Agent and Gemini. Y'all sound like y'all trying to start a civil war. Everybody gotta have guns. I got 2. I might get 4. You only got 2 hands. And if you're shooting with 2 weapons in 2 hands, you a fool. So you might want to go get your money back from your tactical class.
What I was about to say is this. What I was talking about, and I made it clear, if anybody's listening, they would have heard me say this multiple times. I'm not looking for a race war. I'm not preparing for a race war or a civil war. I've said that multiple times. Anybody else talking about that, they can have that conversation. I made it clear that's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is that we should be able to be prepared to take care of our homes, home defense. And if you're not prepared with a firearm to take care of your home, you're not prepared to do shit. Everybody should have a firearm to try to take care of their home. Not against a war. I don't think we can have a fight the government or fight some huge armed force. That's fucking retarded. And I'm not retarded. But I do think to have a weapon to protect your home and training to use that weapon is important.
Yeah, I mean, what we were referencing, and we said it several times, we were talking about civil unrest. We were never talking about fighting against the military. We're talking about the environment that we're dealing with right now, which is specifically violent towards Black people. So anyone else who has mentioned war, me nor Gemini have said that in our conversations. First Lady had asked a question as to what can be done, what should we do as a people. I said we need to be more proactive instead of reactive. I said that I think that Black gun ownership is one of the things that's important, or one of the things that are important. That is what me and Gemini said. I don't know where this war conversation. Yeah, I am, Maya. I said, yes, everyone should get a gun and take tactical training. I don't know. You're the snitch. We know you would be the snitch in this war. But at the end of the day, I said what I said. Okay? Don't hurt Maya. Maya gonna snitch on all of us. Okay?
What I'm hearing is buy more guns. Let's get more guns out. That's what I hear.
So that's why I had made the statement.
At a public demonstration, I'm not doing all that.
But that's why I made the statement about Black people and the percentage of guns that we already have, because I think what you're saying is already in effect. Like, Black people already have guns in great amounts in a significant amount, I'll say that, to protect their homes. I don't think Black people are ignorant of that. So I'm trying to figure out the between what, Black people at a base, Black people just buying stuff to protect their home or their property, their belongings, whatnot. I mean, their family or whatnot. what's the like? What's the other end? The other end is like a race war. So that's why I guess that's what it sounds like.
But how do you get to that extreme? Because I mean, my thing is we're talking about
because we already doing that.
I already brought up the example of how we've had pockets of like racist militias being brought up, and if they come to your area or your neighborhood, what is going to be the response, right?
We
and
already got
those in your area, not mine.
Who I don't think that's the.
But that's not the only answer culturally. I'm not saying that's the only answer. That was one answer I had given First Lady. That's all.
Hey man, listen.
I mean, I get you. I'm not. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm just.
Response from homeboy getting shot today?
And what do y'all think y'all gonna do by yourselves?
All right, so let me bring up
First Lady,
back to
you have
what
that question? Is this
I'm about to answer. I'm about to answer you because what the question was pertaining to is saying that maybe they won't be shooting, but their attitudes and their behaviors are definitely going to be even more heightened. We've already begun to see the shift. Does everybody agree? Do you see a shift in the difference in the people, in the climate? Yes or no?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Okay. So I was asking that question, right? And seeing that, okay, these people are already acting a little crazy. Now that this guy is gone, and depending on what type of energy is fueled by that, what are we prepared to do? Like, how are we going to respond to these people and their attitudes and their behaviors? So, who knows? I don't know what's happened. I don't know what could possibly happen, but I just know that these people are ready for fighting. They're ready. They're on the edge. They're scared people are going to try to take their guns. I don't know. So I guess that's where the conversation kind of went, octopus, if you will.
And First Lady, earlier when you guys had made...
Hold on. Trent got breaking news. Go ahead, Trent.
We do? Okay.
Speak up.
You sound real low, sir.
Your mic is low.
They got the suspect in custody. That's what he's saying.
Thank you, Trent.
Custody per Hospital from his official X account. He just announced that they're getting ready to have a press conference.
What race is this person?
We know. We don't. They not. I'm watching it now. They didn't show them yet. It's a press conference.
And First Lady, kind of what you were saying earlier, and because I had mentioned earlier about some of the things that I have been seeing on X, and I guess for some people who took some of the things that were going on X and then came on and espoused some of the race war stuff, that's where we got to. I was trying to make that clear earlier that we had went off some quotes that were going off on X, and then somebody hopped in and said, well, this is going to be a race war, and that's how we got here.
Well, they blaming Democrats, not black people.
Exactly.
That's why I don't understand how
they always associate.
He
Do
was
y'all want to hear the
31.
conference?
That's
Do y'all want to hear
That's
the
the
news
biggest
conference?
breaking news. He was 31.
Do y'all want to hear the news conference?
Yeah, but I got breaking news real quick. Charlie Kirk was 31, y'all. That's kind of more like good time.
Yeah.
He looked old
he was
as fit up.
50 something.
Them gums told his age.
Real talk, race war. That phrase has been mentioned 100
So
million
y'all don't want to
times.
hear it? That's fine.
Hey, come on, y'all. Ladies about to play something.
Vacancy personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone.
They got a tip line. That don't mean
I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
This is crazy. Did they do that for the Democrats?
Communicating with, and she's on her way back right now. I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here.
Did they catch them at?
Not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation, here in the state of Utah, have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. It's foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk.
You want me to stop it?
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
No, we don't.
If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere.
I am, they laugh.
I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
I don't.
We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us?
Yes.
I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Cook stood for
Blah, blah, blah.
will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans.
My.
With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That's not George Sand.
That is not George Sand. That is correct.
So the legal search report is looking for another shooter or anybody else related to these.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, and how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be
You didn't have ballistics on? Like,
in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk
So they don't have the shooter, right?
they said they had somebody in custody.
Do you want to talk about?
They've got a 60-something-year-old man who may have been guilty of
The only information we have on
No, not him. They had somebody down.
being closer to TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing. We don't have a much better description other than that.
Where somebody came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location, and potentially from a roof, yes. And a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did the FBI and DHS have anything that would threat them this morning? I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it. Any indications of foreign intelligence involved? As of now, I can't comment on any of that. Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there? Security.
Yeah, that's a good question.
What happens on these kind of events?
Where was security at?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare.
Yeah, I think it's a wrap. To be
Yeah,
honest.
I don't give a fuck about these niggas.
Thanks.
I was saying police chief was making excuses.
Yeah, no, he was literally making excuses because my university.
Because most likely it's the white Republican that did it. They don't want to talk about it.
Charlie Kirk had his own security. We know he had his own security. They had campus police and they had the local police. These people were all present at this event. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes when you say things, you advocate that we in the United States would have a number of mass killings, shootings every year, it's a price we pay to have guns. That's what he said. You say you can talk all that shit until you are the person paying the price, right? How many other people had to pay the price? Children in high school had to pay a price today and get shot.
Elementary
There was
school.
a young boy, 13 years old in Washington State, I believe, who had access to 23 fucking guns in his home, explosives. His parents are not being charged. They took his ass in for plotting. We have a lot of shit going on by people who want to go out here and do these things and then encourage people towards violent behavior and hate. And when it comes home to roost, it comes home. To say that, I never knew that he said that. I'm finding out a whole lot of things he said, but that right there to say that, it's a price we pay, and he know it, but nobody else is willing to say it but him. Okay, then you got caught in the throat where those words come out of.
I think that the fact of the matter is that, one, not everybody is fully aware of who Charlie Kirk is, because Charlie Kirk was, Turning Point USA is a white supremacist group. They hide behind their seemingly a support of the Second Amendment, but really, when you look at all their talking points, their white supremacist talking points, Southern Poverty. I think they've been on the radar of the Southern Poverty Law Commission as a white supremacist organization. What they do differently than, say, your regular old run-of-the-mill Ku Klux Klan or neo-Nazi party is they were specifically targeting undergraduates on college campuses, and their MO was this. What they did is they would encourage undergraduate students to start a Turning Point USA club on their campus, right? And then they would, once the club got official, they would petition Turning Point as a national organization, and they would send one of their national speakers there. This has happened in my state, in many colleges around my area. It's happened in other colleges. And their goal, and this was even before the pandemic and during the pandemic, their goal was to recruit young, college, professionally mobile white supremacists and imbue them with white supremacist ideology and talking points. Now, they didn't always use white people for that. The two people that they used here was they had this black man that used to go around until he got mad and threatened somebody on social media, so they kind of put him away. Candace Owens was a part of their national platform and all of these things. And what they used that for was to galvanize. They would say, oh, we're going to come and have a conversation or a debate. But actually, it wasn't a conversation or a debate. It was really them spewing their bullshit. And then they would say, we're going to ask a couple of questions from the audience, and they actually wouldn't do that. But what they would do, because, that was a part, it started a firestorm, and then it would attract other people to their ideologies. So they used it basically as a big sign-up drive. And so it was actually, these are some of the things that, say, some anti-racism organizations used to do. And they used it for white supremacist purposes. And also specifically, like you said, Charlie Kirk has said, there will be a part of deaths if we're upholding gun laws in the ways that and they shall not be infringed. So I think that this is a win. I think this is a win for Charlie Kirk. I think this is a win for his organization. I think things happen exactly the way he wanted them to, and I think that we should be celebrating.
Wait, you think Charlie Kirk wanted to get killed?
Don't even respond. Don't respond.
Yeah. Well,
we know these motherfuckers are lunatic. Don't respond.
He said that there will be a number of deaths, right? And those things are okay in order to protect gun laws. And so...
Yeah, 31-year-old man.
Marshall, don't even contain this bullshit, man. Come on.
You think a 31-year-old man with 2 kids and a wife wants to die for the cause of gun rights? That he doesn't want to go home to his family at the end of the day?
That's what he said. That's what he was saying day in and day out.
I said earlier,
that was his whole platform.
If Charlie Kirk could come back after reviewing the after effects about this, I don't think he would say it's where the nation is mourning.
Exactly.
I mean, I just don't think it's a good idea to be dismissive about somebody who's politically violent.
This is not politically violent.
Hold on.
It was an assassination. What are you talking about?
He's not a political figure. It's not a fucking assassination. He got shot in the neck. He's not a fucking. He's not a king. He's not a.
No, but he is a political
He doesn't have
figure who
diplomatic
was
immunity.
targeted
It's not an
over his
assassination.
speech.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So
A lot of
We
people
don't
are
know
targeted
why
over
he
his
was
speech.
targeted
Niggas
yet.
get shot outside of clubs for saying dumb shit every fucking day. That doesn't mean it's an assassination. He got shot in the neck.
So
You don't know the
You
motive,
don't
Marshall.
take a shot from
Marshall,
You don't know the motive, Marshall.
you didn't have any response to him saying to several people, quoting him saying that people dying is the cost of gun rights. You don't have any response to that,
That
Marshall?
doesn't mean the dude deserved to
I'm
die.
asking you if you have a
Personally, I believe
response
he
to
deserved for it, but
I think that there are reasonable gun restrictions that can be in place, yes. But that does not mean Charlie
I
Kirk
didn't
deserved
ask
to
you
die.
about if you thought there were reasonable gun restrictions. I asked you to respond to his quote.
exactly.
Okay, if you have guns in America, yes, there are going to be gun deaths. I don't know how to
So he is
I don't know
one.
how to get around
Next
that.
There we go.
Next case.
That's
Talib
not.
probably hey, Marshall,
The point is,
Marshall,
the dude
Talib
was
probably
taken
said
out
this.
from 200 yards.
Well, man.
Somebody's been
No, he
shooting all my life.
No, he
He was
wasn't.
taking
No, he wasn't.
200-yard shot
No, he wasn't.
for shits and giggles.
Not at that angle, no.
Do not care, Marshall. Like, we do not care.
Real critics don't own guns. No, it
Glad you don't care.
I'm trying to be
All
mature.
the more normalized.
We do not care. We do not care about Charlie Kirk.
Yo, we gotta have one mic in here. Come on.
Y'all remember there was a time when college campuses wouldn't even allow people so provocative on their campuses because they knew that this was a risk. But we wanted to push this.
Like, allow them. They have a right to be on public land.
Listen,
They have a right to
they
be
do.
on public land.
They have a right. But again,
Hey, Marshall, can she talk? Y'all just said one mic. Can she talk?
Hold on.
at that time, the colleges were aware that these are people whose rhetoric was hella provocative and very inflammatory. This is what people have been saying all along.
Beat somebody over.
Did I fucking say that? I don't. This is not the time for shutting down. This is not acceptable. No, that's you saying that.
Love nonsense.
I don't give a fuck. That's you saying that.
Well, man,
Again, this is not the time for shutting down. This is not the time for blame. This is a time for a confrontation with reality and to accept reality.
Why people be mad? Why people be mad when you like?
The reality
I said
is,
why?
man,
Why? Why do people be mad when?
Okay,
Why are you telling black people how to
Marshall gonna make it.
Hold on. All right, so the point, I think, is just, Marshall, you, like, nobody's saying that he deserved to die.
I am.
Nobody said, no, well, some people are, but no, like, you can't get mad, bro. Like, you really can't get mad. Like, he was out here doing this. Like, this is the life, you live by the sword, you die by it. Like, I'm sorry, fam.
You don't deserve
Why
to
is
get
Marshall
murdered.
telling black people how to
It doesn't mean that you deserve it. But I do find it interesting when these things happen to someone on that side, the outrage and the wanting of humanity from people who y'all have fucked up over the last, we have watched black, they may not have been, had 1 million followers on YouTube, but we watch black people die incessantly, through the 2000s, and like, I didn't see nobody like doing all this on that side. So now it's like this, it's terrible, but
Charlie Kirk died of an overdose of fentanyl.
I have a question.
You can't expect people not to do this.
Wait, the funnier part
Yes,
about
I can
this is
expect
when we
political
do,
people
and then
in the
we
United States not to use violence for their political goals.
Well, then tell that to Trump. Then tell that to Trump because Trump is using violence
I'm
against
not
black
sure
people.
if Trump doing it.
By federalizing.
Jumps off a damn bridge.
Why are
doesn't
you
mean everybody
screaming?
else
Why
has
are
to
you
do it.
screaming? Why are you
Marshall, you know what's
yelling?
funny? You know what's very funny, Marshall?
See, this white man thinks it's okay to yell at black women. But what I'm saying,
fuck you, Marshall. Seriously.
yeah, like my thing is that you're not crying about Trump using violence, like using the military against black people.
Your little white maggots.
Will we be able to speak?
What's going on? What is going on?
I have a quick question.
Marshall wants to give us a fucking break.
I told them to chill, but they doing cartwheels on stage.
Yeah, y'all. If y'all want to do cartwheels, cartwheel your ass up out of here.
Will we be able to speak?
Bro, I'm gonna kick you. You ask that shit again.
You gonna be able to speak when you. You sound like AI. You sound like a robot, sir. Are you real? No, AI.
Don't discriminate about my voice. What's that?
Okay, all I'm saying is
In order, be quiet. Everybody talking.
Yeah.
He on the media, and I need to be over there.
All I'm saying is this: if you believe, in any kind of metric of sowing and reaping, any kind of metric of law and justice, I mean, even listen on my PTR, that's the scripture. It says, "Let my enemies be destroyed by the very evil they plan for me. Let burning coals fall down on their heads. Let them be thrown into the fire, into watery pits from which they can't escape." Like, I don't understand why people think that freedom of speech means freedom of consequences. There is no discernible metric. I'm not done speaking.
Then speak faster.
Hey, rest in that femininity.
Yo, let's let him land. Who's that guy that keeps talking?
Somebody keeps bringing his ass up because I shot him a second ago.
Who's this? That post?
Yeah, I sent him down.
That's my Indian friend.
Fuck him.
But bottom line is,
we gotta get you some new friends, girl.
Bottom line is this: there's no way that you show that amount of hatred, that amount of fear, that you're doing this for years. Because, like I said, he was doing this before the pandemic. Turning Point was a organization and a national organization far before we even got into the pandemic. And I think it's poetically just for him to be killed for his talking points about reckless gun use, and the fact that he had such racist ideologies, and then he was killed by a white man on a white ass campus.
We don't know that he was killed by a white man.
We do.
Charlie Kirk died in the type of country and environment that he wanted. I mean, this is what he wanted. So he died. He died
he whipped it up into religious fervor, and then he became a martyr of his own movement. Why are y'all mad?
Exactly. Why are you mad, Marshall?
Can I hop in here?
I'm not
What do we
mad.
say with them?
Alright, so un momento. Hello.
You guys allow your political views to
Okay, wait a minute. I don't know who's speaking. I'm not sure who's speaking and why. All right. Sir, you have had your chance to speak and you have spoken. We have heard you, and I appreciate your feedback. Emoji. I wasn't talking to you.
Sweetie.
Hi, Dr. AG. Oh, child.
Recap. Who died?
Charlie Kirk.
Oh no.
The man in Womack, the man who need a root and scale planning in Womack's PTR.
Good night.
What happened?
He was
somebody said cacao.
He was at a university and they shot him in his heart.
Somebody did.
That was not his heart, Mel.
That wasn't his heart?
That was his neck.
Right to the neck, Mel.
Oh, I didn't know.
It was so graphic and so they hit what they meant to hit because I never seen so much.
They hit his aorta.
They
hit his aorta.
So does that mean
live?
So that means America is making better snipers? So that
Mel.
I'm trying to get the clarity.
That nigga came up on the side of that nigga and shot him.
So wait.
What's going on?
Wait, so he was speaking at the time?
On mass shootings. Specifically, he was speaking on first he spoke on the trans mass shooter, and then he did his little gang violence mass shooting dog whistle, and in the middle of gang violence, somebody said.
Just in the audience? Oh my God.
And I think
when I tell you, You know how in the middle of the night, when you be real parched and you gotta go and get you like a cup of fruit punch, it looked like I poured a cup of fruit punch.
Okay. And also, he didn't get shot in the aorta. He got shot in. It probably hit a carotid artery. So it's not the aorta. It's a carotid.
I was just saying that.
No, not you. It's the other people who keep saying it.
No, but it was me because I said it.
That man ain't got no neck left. I don't know what they gonna do.
Wow.
It is. And that we're having a conversation in regards to, you know, the racial implications behind it. The governor just finished speaking. He said
who shot him?
They said they had, first of all, they got somebody that was like a 60-year-old man, and then it was like, oops, wrong person, and now they have somebody, but they haven't confirmed that he is the actual person. They said they're still looking for a possible another person, but then they didn't. So it sounds like they got the person. So I guess they got it.
So they trying to look for somebody else, but that's all that was.
Or the exact words.
Y'all doing a lot of chihuahua around here.
This is
I know a lot of people new to this space, and I'm so grateful that you guys are here. But the chihuahua talk has got to stop.
First off, all I was saying the exact words were from the actual.
CJ, you're doing it right now. Dr. AG, we're downloading Dr. AG right now. Can we get her clear and straight? You've been here.
I was giving the exact quote, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right, go ahead with the quote. Come on. I thought you was just.
No, I wasn't. I was giving you the exact quote. They said the person was a person of interest. They never said they clarified. They never clarified that it was the exact person.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I said, but based off of the fact that they're saying they're not looking for, the way they said it, it kind of sounds like they have the person that they think that they should have this time, but they also alluded to the fact that they're still investigating or searching for anybody that might.
They made a pretty big deal in the press conference of saying that they want people to call in with any suspicious stuff, that they're still looking. It was pretty ambiguous. I mean, they said yes, of interest, but you didn't get the feeling that they were anywhere near ready to say yes. However, they did say that they do have the camera. It was from a rooftop from one of the buildings, and they've got the camera footage of it, so they can match that up to the person of interest.
Thank you, Angela Lansbury. They don't know who it is.
AG, you there?
Hey, Corey, let me get in after you.
Yes, I'm here.
So you were saying that some people's responses were inappropriate, if I heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Can you share how you feel? I'm one of the inappropriate people, I'm sure.
No, my personal thing is I'm not celebratory or any of that when any person loses their life in violence. So that's why it was inappropriate.
Okay.
No matter how I might feel about the person or whatever. Go, fucker.
So some of us, me included, I mean, some folk might think it is celebratory.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has their own kind of thing. It's no judgment.
I just wanted to give you the perspective that some of us have said Charlie Kirk has reaped the whirlwind that he sowed. And we have no quarter for sympathy. We are not in mourning as a nation. We ain't giving no excuses. Oh, this is tragic. This is what you planted in the ground, in the universe, and it grew. It just happened to be the weed that choked you the fuck out. That's my feeling. I don't have any negative association with the results that he has reaped. And me, April, Just, and other people have read direct quotes from Charlie Kirk about his feelings about people being killed by guns. and he was one of those people who is now killed by guns. Somebody else earlier read a quote from him saying, like, this empathy thing is some bullshit. Like, people, if we want the Second Amendment, you know, people gotta die. People gonna die. So, I mean, that's where we are. And some folk have said that it's celebratory.
He just said it was the price to pay. And there is
It comes off as celebratory. You may not intend it to be, but it comes off that way.
Okay. So,
Stop telling black people how to feel. Stop telling us how we should regulate our emotions.
Hold on, Marshall.
It's celebratory, Marshall, but at the same time,
He said it comes off as celebratory. He didn't tell y'all how to feel.
All right. Can I respond?
Look, one thing I'm gonna do.
Patty?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let me go ahead and start moving motherfuckers because y'all play too much. Check this out. He said he didn't say nothing about telling you how to. He said it sounds celebratory. He didn't tell you how to feel. Come on up. None of yous. Oops, you wanna come up? Come on.
Oh, that's the dog. She's talking to her dog. I recognize. Let me just respond to Marcus real quick.
What?
I don't care if it comes off as celebratory, Marshall. I really don't. Because what happens often is white people, especially in this country, feign morality and empathy and sympathy and care and calling to our greater angels, like the fucking governor said. But that shit is not present in your politics. It's not present in the laws that you pass. It's not present in how you treat homeless people, queer people, trans people, none of that shit. And so now all of a sudden we're supposed to tap into this wellspring of high morality? You could kiss my motherfucking ass. Excuse me, I'm not going to do too much because there are some ladies here that I respect. I don't care.
I'll say it. Suck my dick.
No, I was going to say a bit more than that.
Oh, okay.
I don't care how it comes off.
Political violence, no matter what you think, disintegrates republics and democracy.
I did not interrupt you, and you've been doing this shit continuously. This is the shit that we're talking about. Like this patriarchal position that white folk think they can have when talking to black folk. Don't lecture me on what the fuck I can say or feel in this instance. With what you and your ancestors in this motherfucker's cohort have done to black folk in the way of political violence, and y'all have been silent.
That's actually not what I said. What I said was political violence, when normalized, takes down republics and democracies like it's going out of style. It's like the worst poison you can inject.
Let them finish this talk.
And then stuck through a trainer. It destroys republics. It destroys democracies. When it becomes something that is just common, it destroys the entire ability to live in a democratic system with rules and a constitution. You may not like that. You may disagree with it. You may even think that Charlie Kirk is a little bit deserving of this. But the increasing tempo of political violence in my 34 years of life.
Welcome to Black Life, Marshall.
That the country is tipping itself toward an edge where it will destroy itself.
Oh, you should have thought about that when they voted
Let me get into what's the conclusion as we said 2 minutes soon the legislators
you should have thought about
one mic at a time so we can hear each other. One
to
mic.
live against women. That's when you should have thought about the fabric of this country being destroyed. When women's rights to autonomy over their body were being taken and black women were dying in hospitals. You should have thought about that shit when they were passing laws across this country that don't protect trans children and other queer folk, and they were being killed. Black trans women die, their average lifespan is 37. That's the fabric of this fucking country. And I've never heard you say a goddamn thing about it. Now you're talking about the fabric of this country.
I am not all of the white people. I was making a point about
you. The avatar for today.
Go after they're done with their exchange.
So yeah, I'm not gonna let y'all do that. I'm not gonna let y'all do that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, so I'm not gonna let y'all like use him as the avatar for white people.
I'm the only one.
Now,
It's
no,
not
we're
y'all.
not gonna do that, Corey. Not in here.
All right, cool.
I hate to tell you that you're not gonna do that to Marshall, because Marshall never does. Marshall tries to have an open conversation. He's never disrespectful. Y'all just want to. No, you're trying to take it to another level, and I'm not gonna let y'all do that to him. If you want to do this and you want to make a political statement, you're not gonna do it with Marshall. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Patty, hold on, Patty. Your perspective of Marshall playing this middle ground always.
Guess what? You guys aren't going to listen. Lady done told y'all before how y'all like to try to impose how y'all feel about somebody on somebody else. You're not gonna do it to me. And I'm not going to explain myself. I got you. But what you're not going to do is try to make me feel how you feel about somebody else. And if he's modded in here with me, that means he on Patty's side. He with Patty. So guess what? If he with Patty, I'm not going to allow you to attack him. That's it. Now, if he say something out of hand, me and him can have that conversation. But I will drop him. But I'm going to tell y'all not going to be disrespecting Marshall. He just here. We have a balanced conversation. Okay. That's it.
Patty, can I respond?
Hey, but we're not going to talk about Marshall. If you got something to say to me, say it to Patty.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
We talk, don't we?
Yeah, you know that. We talk about shit. I got your phone number.
What I'm saying is that, and I get what you're saying about Marshall not being the bad guy, but Marshall's position is endemic of how white folk respond, right? MLK said in the letter from a Birmingham jail, it's not the racist that I'm afraid of or that are the problem. It's the silence of the moderates. It's the complicity of the moderates who try to play both sides. And calling for sympathy for Charlie Kirk is right in the middle of that moderate lane.
All right, cool. So I'll assume that y'all got all that out, hopefully. Hello? Can I?
Yeah, I pressed the mute button. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
You know you got my phone number. And me and you friends.
We good, Patty. We fine.
Whatever. If I go to New York, me and you eating together. So me and Corey are friends. If I have a conversation with him, that's between me and Corey. Corey already know where it's at.
We good. We fine.
I just know, and Corey knows that even with Marshall, he has Marshall on his side when he needs to have that even voice in his rooms. Am I correct, Corey?
Yes.
Okay.
I just put a link in the chat. That's Donald Trump's statement.
So, like, all I'm trying to say here is, I don't think anybody here, well, I can't say anybody because some of y'all have, but I don't think the majority of people in here are trying to celebrate this nigga dying or anything from being shot. But at the same time, I kind of have to agree with Corey here. You can't in one breath say that it's okay with people dying as long as we continue to have the freedom of our Second Amendment, and then in the next instance, expect people to, or expect anyone at all to be, or to give some type of sincerity or solemnness for your death when from a gun, when you yourself were a starch advocate against gun regulations. I mean, it's kind of it's irony and it's damn near poetic justice in and of itself. I mean, he has been and I know most of you probably know the guy too. I met him while I was in D.C. during college. When Corey was talking about the turning point, he invited all the student government presidents from New York City out to D.C. and from New York all the way down to Georgia out to D.C. for a meeting. He was trying to get us to join Turning Point USA. Met the guy. I'm not saying he's a racist, but he's definitely a dick and a prick, if anything. I don't feel bad about him dying. I mean, he lived by what he died by at the end of the day. Nobody's celebrating that shit, but you can't be a staunch advocate for it and not willing to die by it. He died about it. I mean, it's that simple. That's how much of an advocate he was.
I can agree with you on that, Jay. I can agree with you 100% on that.
He said there was a price to pay. He was okay when the price was other people paying it. But you don't get to have what you want unless you get to pay the price. And I honestly give thoughts and prayers That's all I can do right now is thoughts and prayers. Because the Bible also says if he was a Christian conservative, as he claimed to be, there's the power of life and death in the tongue. Paraphrase.
So what I wanted to say is that this is America, right? So it's like, so welcome back to what the country was. We had like maybe like a 5 or 6 decade break, but what Trump was doing, that's what I was talking about before. This shit that he's doing and the division he sows and all the hatred and like where people feel like they can come outside now, like Patriot Front is outside, the Klan is outside. All these groups are outside right now. He's doing things in American cities. This in the 60s, so you had 3 black and 2 white that got shot the same way that Charlie Kirk got shot. You had Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, and John F. Kennedy. This is what this country has been. It's a powder keg. They killed 600,000 white on white crime or whatever. They killed each other. Abe Lincoln got shot. This is fucking America. Do y'all understand this is the country we live in? This country was a country that was just here with people living on it. They got discovered. They killed the people who were farming and working the land, killed them, took their land, and just kept moving forward and kept killing people. Then they went over to Africa and pulled people over and brought them here, tortured them, raped them, bred them, killed them. This is fucking America. This is what America is. So just this shit that's going on now, I'm saying, nobody should lose their life, but just from the anti-lynching bill was just signed into law in 2022. 2022. So all like the nigger barbecues where they had the lynchings and people, you can go back and look at pictures with little kids out there with hot dogs and shit or whatever while a black man is hung by a tree with his genitals stuffed in his mouth. This is what America is. So it's unfortunate that this happened to Charlie Kirk, but get ready for more of this shit. The only thing I get concerned about is I want black people to stay the fuck inside. Black people don't shoot nobody, don't assassinate nobody, because they waiting to unleash the military on our ass. So it's good. This white on white shit, just keep it like that and just stay safe, black people. That's all I got to say.
Hey, like I said, he thought about that shit.
People often talk tough when they think they can never be touched. He had security. He had security everywhere he went. Why? Because the way his mouth ran.
Looking back on it, I wonder if he could have foreseen this himself, would he have still been the same way? Would he still have been such a strong advocate over not having any type of gun regulation at all?
If he was a real G, Martin Luther King knew that his life was in danger, like speaking out against like racism in the Jim Crow South, like in Thurgood Marshall or whatever, going down south, almost getting killed. Like you chasing all these laws. So I'm saying, if he is true to the cause, people going to have to start like you're going to have to be ready to die for your faith or die for your belief, like it was in the '60s, like it was in the olden days. We're back there now because of the way that Trump has this world. People feel hopeless. It's like he's bringing the military. This shit is fucked up. We're back. Like we're back to an old America, a form that many of us have not seen in our lifetimes.
Why weren't we back to the old America when Gabby Giffords was attempted to be assassinated, or the 2 Minnesota Democrats who the Republicans really didn't show any grace on that writ large when they were assassinated 2 months ago. So we are so shocked that in a country where the MAGA party, who is in charge, the Republicans, people in the White House, and people who co-sign everything they do, like Charlie Kirk and all of them people, we are surprised when their rhetoric is violent, when their policies are violent, and when everything they do is violent towards so many people in this room and so many millions of people across America, and we're surprised that there's violence.
Spirit, I can tell you why. I think why when Gabby Giffords and why when this other stuff happened, because you had leadership that had sanity or people that tried to quell things. Trump has changed the Department of Defense to Department of War. It's like all this shit that he's doing, it's like somebody said earlier, I think Corey, about like this whole thing about reap the wind and sow the whirlwind. They are literally just putting things into the atmosphere now that haven't been there. Like there's America's a powder keg. We are super segregated. We super hate each other. It's like we just sort of keep this thing together. It's like fucking glue and strings or whatever. But no, but to that point, now with this stuff now that's going on, who's going to be the one that's going to really down talk this? We on stage talking about, like, you know, people feel like that Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. Like, what's the administration going to say? Are they going to quell it? Or is it going to be like, you know, like, okay, we're taking the military in Chicago, like we're taking the military into Baltimore, we already have them in D.C. I'm saying Trump is putting shit in the atmosphere, and it's like we're gonna have to deal with that. Like I said, I just want people to stay safe because this shit is not getting any better. It's like it's really got to get worse, I think, before it gets.
Michael, I find it ironic, right? And I'm not partying in his death, just for clarity, because people keep saying that, but he said that empathy was a made-up term. He rejected it as a valid concept. He said it was used for political manipulation, right? By the left, to be specific. He said they use it as a manipulation tactic for their agenda, right? He said that valuing empathy was dangerous. So he don't want us to empathize or sympathize, right? And he said that gun violence has there's going to be deaths, and that's just the cost of liberty. And he said that with the lack of what? Empathy. So now all of a sudden we're supposed to sit here and cry? Like, are we serious right now?
Here's what I was saying. Here's what I say.
I'm almost done. And he also said that systemic racism was a myth, right? It didn't exist. And when you start denying the obvious that's impacting us in significant ways, that means you're advocating for our demise, right? So why would we sit here and shed a fucking second of sorrow for him? Are you?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I don't have any sorrow for him at all, so I hope I didn't come across like that. I'm not celebrating this. Like
that in general. That wasn't to you, Mike.
Oh, okay. But here's what I was going to say about some of the stuff he was saying is that, so if somebody tells you a lie, you don't have to believe that it's true. You don't have to behave like it's true. We need to be better. He was a piece of shit or whatever, basically. Like, he literally was a piece of shit. The stuff he said, I don't know if it was just a persona. He was a piece of shit in real life or behind the scenes. He was a good person. But what he gave out to the world, he was a piece of shit. So anything he said should be looked at as just lunacy and just something that was said by a piece of shit. Nobody should follow it, basically. That's what I was going to say as far as that.
Okay. So, did anybody read? Mel had put something in the chat. Did anybody say what? Did y'all know Trump had a response?
Yeah. It was.
And we've been waiting for fucking responses for other shit. So he responded, and the dude just died a couple hours ago, and he said the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you.
He also had flags. He also had the flags.
This man. We be waiting. We sat in this room. We'll have these conversations about certain things that's gone on. We have said, has the president released a statement yet? We checked to social, we checked Twitter, no statement. Charlie Kirk died. He released a statement.
So you hear that, right? You hear what he just did. He's inciting the violence. So he said it has the hearts of the young people. So young people, they killed your champion. Get out here in the streets, do what you got to do. I'm saying Trump is literally, like I said, this is a powder keg. Trump is sitting here with a match trying to light the fuse. He's always trying to do this shit instead of quelling it and being like the gun violence is wrong. Like, he literally, just in the statement you read, Patty, he is literally, that to me is an incitement to violence. That he's trying to like get people on the.
And Patty, the key to that too is he released that maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago on Truth Social. He don't waste no time when it comes to his own, when it comes to the races that he's close to. Yeah, and you're right, Michael. He's absolutely trying to incite with that statement. He doesn't say that gun violence is deplorable, it shouldn't happen. Is look at your champion. What y'all gonna do? Indirectly, that's what he's saying. He's dog whistling, and he'll have enough distance to be able to say, I didn't incite that. But you know what? I also don't hear anybody that supports this Kirk, whatever guy that used to exist. I don't know why he's saying we love you, because he ain't here no more. But anybody that supports him, why weren't we having the same energy for January 6th? Exactly. So why was that same energy not present on January 6th when the violence was incited, right? And somebody died as a result of it. Where was that energy then?
All right, piece to this face. I did some homework on this guy, this Charlie Clark guy. I just want to say this, right? Kirk, Charlie Kirk. So let's be clear who he is. So right now, he got killed on what's known as the American Comeback Tour, right? And he got, his project is called AmeriFest, and his tag phrase is "Prove Me Wrong." I checked this guy out, and I checked out who is going to be speaking in his upcoming December AmeriFest, right? Here are the speakers, right? Check this out. Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Watkins. Y'all know all of the usual. But guess who's also on there? Dr. Ben Carson is on there, right? Which I found to be very peculiar. And there's one black dude on there. And if you look at the ticket prices for his events, right? The students are $50. Then you can pay $400 for a student VP package, right? If you look at the prices, this is a money-making machine, and they are his organization is directly responsible for spreading this message around the college profile, right? And I watched his videos, man. This guy is just really, really out there. He's been under the radar for a lot of us because we never heard his name. But rest assured, behind the scenes, this guy's raised a lot of money for Trump and his cohorts. And guess who's on there? On this list, this is the guy that I hear a lot of people on this app sucking up to and giving praise to. Grant Cardone is on that list as well. So yeah, so this is a guy. He was not a guy that really brought anything to our country at all. He was just intent on spreading vitriol and this argument. And now, when you listen to him, you can see that there are a lot of people on this Clubhouse who utilizes his very talking points. It's scary shit. So y'all need to check that organization out. Again, the organization is called it's the American Comeback Tour. And y'all should just check that out. Go to the website, see who's involved, see who the names are, and get familiar with those names. And there's also a U.S. representative, Andy Biggs, is on there as well. So yeah, this was not some. They're going to paint him as a martyr, so to speak. But this is not the case. So that's all I wanted to give y'all. I'm going back.
Hello guys, let me quickly jump in here right now. So I will say that I kind of feel guilty that I'm not feeling sorry for him because at the end of the day, he's still a human being, and I don't think there should be political violence. However, I watched that video like 50 times, and I'm trying to garner some sympathy somewhere, but it's just not coming. I mean, this is someone that spent his life promoting hate left, right, and center, all in the name of his political views. I read some of the stuff he has said about, if you dead, I'm not quoting directly what he said, but saying stuff like, if you dead, don't really matter, as long as we get the Second Amendment and stuff. That's the kind of stuff he's saying. And I think someone put it in the chat. Is it CT? Also, I didn't see the person's name. Something about what this guy, Jesse Waters, is saying on Fox News, which I saw on Twitter, saying, they are at war with us. They tried to kill Kavanaugh. They shot Justice Scalise. They shot Trump. He's literally saying there's war. Now, this is the kind of nonsense that they keep saying every time. And then when someone gets shot, you want some sympathy at least for whatever. So I mean, when you keep promoting this kind of nonsense up and down the whole place, why are you surprised when people get killed? And I'm still going to watch that video one more time and see if I'll feel anything, because right now I don't feel shit. I feel guilty that I don't feel anything, but it is what it is. This is what he promoted, and good luck to him.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. Yeah, not the control. I mean, we're not promoting violence, but what the problem is that when violence does surface, the narrative is spun differently and is consistently. We are portrayed, if it was up, we need to send troops out there, it's gun violence. And to me, to any black person, who supports this man, still supports this man. Shame on y'all. Like, at this point, y'all gotta be honest at this point. Like, I mean, first it was fun, we support Trump. Like, I know, okay, cool. But now, this shit is very serious. So you have to ask yourself, it's only a matter of time before you're a target. It's only a matter of time.
So it's
At
serious
the rate
now.
that they're going.
It's
only a matter of time.
It's only serious now. It wasn't serious before. It wasn't serious when he was elected. It's only now serious because of a racist white guy got shot. I mean, I'm speaking, sir. Thank you. I was speaking.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, like, I really don't understand. Like, I'm not really following your statement, Robert, like, about how this situation increases the severity of what Black people are experiencing in America. Like, have we lost track of what's been happening, or our rights being taken away and stuff like that? Like, the policies?
Okay, so agent, we don't know each other, right? So if you knew me, right, it would make a little more logic to you. But I can assure you, I've been writing about this for years. What we are seeing right now is well documented. I've published articles, I've talked about it on Clubhouse extensively. So what we are witnessing is of no surprise to me. I reacted with urgency a long time ago. And so for me in particular, now I'm focusing on, the next phase. A lot of people are stuck where they are right now, and, people are processing it. But I'm looking beyond this, and I've always taken this seriously, and I've always encouraged individuals in real life, in Clubhouse, to take this seriously, that we elected a man who was a clear and present danger to our democracy. Very clear. And the point that I was making is that a lot of people push back on that, and, they responded, by telling me I was being overreactive, fear-mongering, all that bullshit, all that distraction talk. And look at our freaking country. What a fucking mess that we're in. So I hope that puts some things in perspective. Agent, a pleasure to meet you.
I wish we had these I don't mean in here, but I mean America, these kind of discussions when fucking children are murdered at school, going to fucking school. And we can have serious conversations in this country about that and show empathy for that or try to do something. So instead we have all of these, oh my God, clutching of pearls. How dare they say this when, a white supremacist and Nazi who we love, is speaking and gets killed. Well, I'm not going to celebrate. I don't want any fucking gun deaths, period. But I'll tell you this, if you cannot have empathy for fucking children, then you're dead to me.
I hate to be like this, Spirit, but Americans, Americans don't care about kids. After Sandy Hook happened, an elementary school full of children, they would have done something about gun laws, and was it been like 25 years ago or something? They just don't care about kids. I mean, historically, just Americans don't care about kids, and it's fucked up. But it's just
I agree.
Also,
I think we're talking about the school shooting that recently happened, and that happened in the same state that Columbine happened. And you would have thought that state specifically, given that they've had a lot of school shootings, that they would have stricter gun rules specifically in that state. And nothing has moved when it comes to gun laws in Colorado. So I agree with what Michael is saying. Nobody cares about children. They really don't.
We have fucked up parents who have arsenals with their 13-year-olds having access. As I said earlier, the 13-year-old in Washington State who was plotting a murder at his school, 23 guns in the home that he had access to. So, no, the president, vice president's going tomorrow to Utah. President Trump put out that statement about Charlie Kirk almost instantaneously after we found out he was dead. He's putting the flags at half-staff. Half-mast, I believe, is on a ship. Half-staff is on land. Doesn't matter. But, yeah, absolutely, Michael. He is stoking things with the way that this was a fucking podcaster. Yeah, he had political ideas and talk and rhetoric. He's not a legend. He's not some kind of giant of this country. People on the right, I would say MAGA, I don't even know who they are comparing him to Martin Luther King and how the hammer has to come down now, blah, blah. Who knows? They're full of venom and vitriol and violence and ready to vent it. There's all my V's for the day.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump or that administration has something to do with assassination, just like to talk about Kennedy with the CIA and all this shit. I literally wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that to be an inflection point to like get something set off or whatever. Because like the guy that tried to shoot at Trump or whatever, apparently he don't have good aim, but this dude does or whatever. I'm just saying, I just feel like it was professional here. It might have been some government shit. So, just ain't trying to be funny.
Or maybe to try to get some heat off the Epstein story.
Yeah. No, understand, Epstein is an issue, but they're trying to militarize. They want the military to be our police. He wants everything to be like what he saw in D.C. He went out the other day telling me he can walk the streets now. He's been talking about this. Again, I go by the April 28th executive order he signed where he talked about getting the military into non-lethal ways of policing the public. He wants to be like North Korea. He wants to be like Xi Jinping. He wants to be that military force that's policing the American people. And I'm just saying for black people, just stay inside. Don't get involved with this shit or whatever. And I hate to be like, I guess I'm getting older, so I'm just like, try to just because keep yourself safe, because he wants us to fuck up. He's literally looking for us to fuck up so he can put the Marines in Chicago, put the Marines in the Southeast DC. He wants that shit. Like, he really wants us outside. So just let them just do whatever the fuck they doing and let's just stay out of it.
Yeah, don't walk in no fear, don't cower. Pay attention to your surroundings, pay attention to what's going on. Like, and know what it is out here, y'all. Don't be out here sleeping. Like, stay woke as fuck, as a matter of fact. That's what I say. Stay woke as fuck. Stay alert. Stay in the know. And don't be out here to dump to the order. Don't be moving like that. This is not the time for that. It's really not. The agenda is very clear at this point. So I'm not even bothered. I'm not wasting any energy on convincing anybody or man, you got it. Like, okay, you got it. Feel how you want to feel, but I'm gonna move accordingly. And I'm going to speak truth to power.
We still within the first year of Trump taking office.
Gemini, feels like 10 years.
Yeah, fatigue, man. I know they got a term for it. It's got to be some kind of term out there for the fatigue that the nation feels when he's in office. I'm sure one of you smart people will look that up. But there's a fatigue factor that comes along with him being in office.
But this is literally a part of the political tactic that they wanted to employ since they got in there, though.
The Yankees had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before the game.
That's wild.
I'm turning in my Yankees fandom right now.
That's wild. That's
turning in my Yankees fandom for real.
That's wild. They just got to make him a martyr. It's wild. Wild.
He's a fucking neo-Nazi and white supremacist. What the fuck? Have we lost our minds?
Exactly.
In fact, that's why I won't be fucking with MLB from here on out. I could do without MLB.
That's insane.
I want to see who's
the
going to come in
NFL
and
don't
capture
do
this too.
Man, y'all should have heard
Biggest for
PC
school
crying about it.
shootings.
It was ridiculous. He was literally crying about it, talking about he aligned with him on so many things. He was such
Who's
a
that?
great TC. He said he was
Julio?
such a good.
That was Julio?
No, TC.
Julio?
TC, not Julio.
Julio?
But no, he said he was such a great mentor to him, and he learned so much, and people mischaracterized him. He was a great man, a great man. The equivalent, and this is the kicker for me, he said he is the equivalent of Martin Luther King, and he will be martyred as such. That's what he said.
TC said that, bro? TC said that?
TC said that, bro. I wouldn't lie. You could bring him in here and ask him.
No,
If you bring him, you could bring him in the room and ask him. I guarantee you.
He said what now?
He's the equivalent. He said that them losing Kirk is the equivalent of us losing Martin Luther King. They're on the same level. That's what he said.
I think TC might be going through a divorce or something, because what?
Oh boy.
I wish I was making that shit up, but I'm not.
Who are you divorcing,
When
man?
TC come in the room, can y'all do the silent treatment? Like the motherfucker just trying to pull y'all aside. Like y'all just keep getting playing with this shit. That's a stupid ass comment. It's one of the dumbest fucking comments I've ever heard in the 57 years I've been alive. That fucker is dumb as fuck. So please don't follow that shit when he comes in, because that's the dumbest fucking shit ever. Don't pay attention.
And that goes beyond trolling. To fix your mouth to say some shit like that,
Crazy. Crazy.
I think you also have to consider where he said it.
But is that strange? This is the type of extremist rhetoric that they employ. It's always to the extreme. Did y'all just hear Patty read the quote?
Yeah, we heard it.
The great, even legendary, who was standing up for all youth in America.
Wait on Jesse what he said. Wait until you hear what Jesse Watson said. Just wait until you read that.
Like this appealing to the extreme, and then, like I said earlier, this call for sympathy and empathy. Girl, miss me. And he gonna use this better than his assassination attempt.
Corey,
whatever that was.
may I ask you a question? What do you think about Jesse Waters' statement in regards to specifically saying that they're at war?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Can someone read it? I think he said they are at war with us and we can't let this happen and blah, blah. You know, I keep saying blah, 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 like what they say is not important. It is important, and I'm not brushing over to or pushing it to the side. I actually had to tell my youngest, do not post anything on social media with your name attached. Do not send messages to any of your friends. You live in a state of MAGA, and it's a red state. You could lose your college admission. People could come to our house, and people may say I'm crazy and reactionary for that, but no, we live with crazy people. Okay. So I told him, do not react on social media at all.
Well, I have a little here. It says whether we want to accept it or not, they're at war with us, and what are we going to do about it? That's what Jesse Waters said.
I told you, I don't believe it.
And he also said this can never happen again. It ends now. That's that.
Their strategy from the first day of this administration, 12:01 p.m. on January 20, has been to figure out how to provoke violence. Over and over again, that has been their strategy, and this is going to be used the exact same way. Like their entire rhetoric for people who are saying, like, why are y'all talking about race wars and all of this? Like, what was it last week when another Southern white legislator was talking about we need a Marshall Plan for babies for our culture, red herd white people. Like that, this is the war. And when people were saying, like, why do we keep saying this race war, or why black people, this ain't got shit to do with black people? No, on the surface, no. But black people stand in the way of their achievement of this Marshall Plan for white babies. Black people stand in the way of what the Kentucky or Tennessee, wherever he was from, legislator was saying last night, that our ancestors built this for us. Talking to a room full of white folk.
That's a fact. So I asked the question last week, week before. So where are we going? Where are we leaving? That's number one. And then I just have a slight pushback, Corey. I believe they started planning November 5th at 10:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh no, they were planning this the first term, but yes. as we heard, right, the quote unquote adults in the room got in their way.
which is why there are no adults in the room.
Exactly.
And this administration, every fucking job title that there is being fired and replaced like a revolving door for anybody who gets in the way of the agenda that they have. And most of this was detailed in Project 2025.
They're just like I said, just the duck mentality. Just I don't know, fucking Arkham's raising. As far as with like the Trump assassination attempt, how many assassination attempts? If you just go back and think about people that have been assassinated, from Fred Hampton to Malcolm X to whoever you want to think about, even Ronald Reagan got shot and like the bullet had to like go in and get it, and he was like close to like dying. How many like motherfuckers that got grazed in their ear and then had like something that looked like ketchup coming out the side of their face or whatever, no blowback in their hair. But this shit today, if you saw that video, it's like a gusher came out of this motherfucker when he got shot. I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if the government did this shit and it's an inflection point for this race war they want to jump off. That's what I'm saying. The black people talk to now, when I get with the youth, anybody, just stay your ass inside. Don't get pulled out into this shit until it's absolutely necessary.
If they try to frame a black person for this would be the worst frame job of all time, bro.
They can't. They can't do it.
Like,
Utah. They
no black people in Utah.
Yeah, in Utah, because he couldn't even the person couldn't have snuck in you. This is white on white crime. Leave it over there. And we just need to stay. But yeah, they can't do black for this. It happened in Utah was a blessing for us.
I hear you, but here we go. Here's the equation: A square plus B squared, right? So they've already started blaming it on the left. Black folk live on the plantation of the left. Black folk are dangerous. This is dangerous. This is why Trump has been calling for law and order. We have to implement law and order everywhere. These cities where crime is rampant, law and order, send the military. Oh, the courts are getting in our way. We can't send the military. So the citizens have to rise up and these militia groups and all of that bullshit. And so race war, no. But the lines are essentially politically drawn, and black folk, by and large, happen to be on one side. So the blowback, it will inevitably come to us.
We're on the same page, Corey. That's why I was saying. That's why I'm not celebrating. That's why I'm not celebrating this, because we're on the same page. Anything that happens to them on that side, and that's what I'm saying.
What's the breaking news?
Inside.
What's the breaking news?
Police are saying that dispatch audio reviewed by this People magazine. That's all I can find. Described a person of interest in all black with tactical gear and a black long gun. According to other transmissions, the person wore aviator glasses, a black bag, long pants, and longer hair.
Right.
Okay. They say, they were wearing all black clothing and tactical gear. So we know by the shot this was someone who knew what they were doing. But the only mentions of black are the clothes so far.
Oh. Sound like
that's
you
on
just
purpose.
described the Unabomber.
That's on purpose.
I know. Sound like you just described the Unabomber to me.
That man who shot all those people.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound noticeable at all.
You can describe every article of clothing.
That's all the white boys' uniforms.
Skin color.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's every killer's uniform.
Yeah, but not his face. Not his
Okay. Let me just finish get my word up. So everything that just sounds like general description of a person who does bad things. Like that just doesn't sound like. Okay, black with black aviators and a black long gun. Okay, and so you mean to tell me somebody dressed like that in Utah in the summer, nobody thought, oh, this is interesting. Why is this motherfucker dressed in tactical gear with the long gun?
They literally just described John Wick, bro. If they're the white color, then that ain't a problem.
They described Neo from the Matrix, and now y'all let that rock.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Since January 20th, man, and somebody had said this earlier, but it's like each day since January 20th, like we've just seen the dismantling of the foundational bricks of our country. That shit is crazy. Like, and it's being done in real time. We all witnessing. We witnesses to the very questions that we used to ask when we were studying in school, like authoritarian regimes and dictators, right? Y'all remember that? And we would always ask, how could people have let this happen, right? And now, in real time, in our grown-ass lives, we see how it happens. It happens over a period of time. It doesn't happen overnight. And, right now, our country is in a dismal position. I was on a call today with my team for a project, and we can't even price this shit out because, there's a labor force issue. There's pricing with the tariffs. There's like our developer can't even render a freaking a pro forma because nobody knows. Like, you know what I'm saying? And if that's us, experiencing that, I imagine other people working on projects are experiencing the same thing. It's just uncertainty. Like, nobody can answer any questions. We just don't know. There's so much pending litigation. There's pending indicators as far as what the economy is going to do. You can't even do shit. I mean, even people work. Everybody's just like in pause position because we don't know what's coming down the pipe. And this country is off kilter as a result of that, the uncertainty and the chaos.
I keep thinking of the guy who went into the movie theater, I don't know how many years it is ago, and all that kind of gear, and shot the place up and walked out, and the cops, they just took him in. It's funny how those people will never end up flat on the ground. I'm gonna address Casey too in the chat. I hate to do it. Y'all know I love to go out to chat. I'm gonna shut up. I am that white lady that has to tell my relatives and friends not to tweet because I have a teenager still who's in college. Yeah, with me, Casey too. And because he is a teenager, there are sometimes I have to still tell him, remind him, hey, don't. There's things that you could say that people could take a certain way. I'm not a hater. I really don't care. Honestly, it's not a thing to me. He is the person who spoke violence to people. He's the person who was hateful and hate-filled. And ironically, he was shot in the throat. I don't know if that doesn't get to you or not. When you spread these type of things, sometimes it comes home to roost. So that's my character, and that's how my kids are great, motherfucker. My kids are great. Don't worry about it.
Well, we don't take abuse in here, so yeah, it was nice knowing you, Mr. Casey. Thank you for stopping by. Come back when you got a better attitude. Bye.
Thank you, First Lady.
Well, that was that.
First Lady has spoken.
I strongly suggest you guys go to their website, to the organization. I won't say anything. I just want you guys to go in, click around, see who's in a part of the organization, look at just do it on. I don't need to say one word, So you guys do your homework, and I guess we'll talk about it, tomorrow a little bit more. But because this story is going to be up front for the next couple of days, and we need to really familiarize ourselves with the type of person that this individual was, and that's it. And then just chill, because this is something that we can't be baited. Like, they try to bait us either way, and somehow they're going to turn this into a liberal thing. They're going to turn it into, against any cohort that they don't like, whether it's black people, Mexicans, whoever it is. This story is going to be spun, and it's going to be spun with the dog whistle and every other acts of violence. The war has started already, if you ask me. Anytime you have the president of a country deploying troops and military assets to different areas of the country, that's dealing with strategy. That's dealing with terrain. That's dealing with weaponry. Like that's what do we think this shit is? Like it's on and popping. Like it's in real time. And like you guys have said, it's only a matter of time before more lives are lost in an incident somewhere in this country. I don't know where, but it's just only a matter of time. Tick, 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 tick.
Thomas, I just sent you a question in the chat. I said, who are you speaking about, Thomas? It should have had a comma in there, but I'm not going to be a grammar Nazi right now. Yeah, can you tell me who are you speaking to, Thomas? When you said somebody is victim talk, and then you said effing moron. Who are you speaking about? Go ahead, stand on all your 10 fingers. Go ahead, let them type. Type away.
Not the typing sound.
Mm-hmm.
I got scared because I thought she was talking to me. I just got here. I was breathing
no, not you,
slowly.
Thomas.
See, you've been consistently scaring people all day. It's consistent.
It's
Yeah,
Wednesday.
put a name on it. Yeah, people to put a name on it.
His name is Thomas Peterson.
Not Peterson.
Yes, not Peterson. It's Peterson.
Let me not be stereotype. I ain't gonna stereotype Peterson because that name, I don't know how many axe murderers and like kill. Anyway, let me be quiet. Let me be quiet. But that name triggers me.
Why is it trigger? Go ahead.
Because
Go ahead.
it's always like, y'all know why.
Child. Go ahead, Spark. Go ahead, Spark.
Sure, it's on a separate topic. Just I put in the chat that the Chuck Schumer forced a vote on releasing the Epstein file in the Senate, and they just voted against it. The Republicans, with the exception of I believe it's Rand Paul and I think one other. No, she's not in the Senate. So yeah, it was a 51-49 vote to not release the files.
Wait, what's the ratio? 51-49?
51 to 49.
Oh, that's pretty tight. He needs to revisit that.
Well, it was Josh Hawley and Rand Paul. So they had forced a vote to demanding the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. And the Republicans shot it down.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right. So they don't really want to know. All right.
Josh Hawley's the one that pumped his fist in the air.
Great day to push it through when the other news will drown it out. Do y'all think these motherfuckers?
Well, to be fair, they put it up earlier in the day.
I can't hear you, babe.
They put it out earlier in the day, like 8 hours ago, and the vote just happened like 2 hours ago.
Well, in other news, the Supreme Court is going to rush the decision on tariffs. So that also will be coming up.
Can't wait till a Democrat get in there and just do whatever the fuck he want to do when they got to walk back all the shit they're doing for him.
I just want the Gulf of Mexico back.
Man, the water been a little bit cleaner since they renamed it Gulf of America.
That's a damn lie.
Water's been clear on the Texas coast. I'm serious. You can put your feet in the water and you can see the bottom of your feet.
Do you think that happens overnight?
That's another lie.
4 years of Biden actually having an EPA.
You do understand sarcasm when you hear it.
No, I can't. Sarcasm's dead. Humor's dead.
I could tell with the king of dad jokes.
Oh, got it.
Now, what is the sarcasm that you speak of? Because I'm not familiar with your terminology, sir.
It's right next to something else you've never seen, a clitoris.
I would probably beg to differ. My wife says otherwise, but I mean, if you've got like a relationship issues you want to relate on the stage, I mean, we're all here for you. I mean, I'm not. Maybe someone else. But, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, is that sarcasm you were talking about? Because I think I might get it down a little packed.
You go right for a beginner.
Oh, thank you.
As soon as you find that clitoris, you let me know, buddy.
Is that a model of the four charts?
Did we really need to put a female anatomy into this? Oh my God.
Hey, look, man, we needed a break. We talking about white supremacists being dying and race wars and shit.
Now, what is it? Clitoramus?
It is.
I'm
I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad about those. I'm still mad at you with the sundress, your sundress theory, sir. So you're still
want no party ass sundress every day, and but y'all probably like them smells, women's gas and stuff. So I mean, to each his own.
Depends on the woman. If it's Beyonce, she got
Sundresses are amazing.
It's time for you to go lay down, Josh. I think it's past your bedtime.
He said he wants sundress every day of the week. Sometimes they be looking a little.
You gotta change it up, man. You gotta change it up.
I remember that conversation. I remember.
And y'all the ones who be getting food because the sundress be hiding a lot, and then they come up out that sundress and be looking like a busted motherfucker, bag of biscuits, and y'all be upset.
Yeah, that was funny. You ain't lying.
Be looking like Ghost Dad standing there, standing up in the middle of your room.
That shit. That's gonna be my go-to when I get big. Watch.
When I get big, that's hilarious.
What sundresses y'all talking about? Usually the men talking about the ones that fit tight and fit.
That ain't a sundress. That's a bodycon.
That's some stuff
But I think that's what the
them seersuckers and them sundresses, they be like kind of like it might be fitted at the top, but that shit be flowy.
I think the men like the ones that are fitted tight sundresses so they can see the booty shape.
There's tight sundresses?
That's a bodycon.
I guess.
We niggas, Jazz, we don't know the name of that shit.
Are the ones that's flowy.
Right, niggas.
Right.
I thought the sundress was the ones that they wear in the spring. They usually be like, they kind of look like a nightgown.
Oh, that's a moo-moo, but the sundress be like...
They be kind of elastic around the top part. And then...
All right, my numbers are dropping. The numbers are dropping.
You can wear granny panties.
Don't leave.
Granny panties.
Don't leave.
Set this bitch on fire then, lady.
All right, so listen. Do you own a firearm? So 42% of the people say yes. I have it, and I have training. Yes, I have training, okay? 6% says yes, but no training. 42% say no, never had one. 42% says no, I never had one. And then 13% says get rid of guns in U.S. So 136 people voted. And it's pretty much tie between yes, I have training, and no, never had one. Yes, I have training, just took the lead. Okay.
Everybody voted.
What'd you say, Patty?
I said, yeah. Niggas ain't gonna be able to save you. Not with they little pistols.
Listen, I just need a bunker to get in. Y'all can have your fun fighting and warring all y'all want to. Just give me a hole. Let me climb in it. Give me some food. I can plant my food.
Your little sundresses.
No, I wouldn't wear sundresses.
You know?
What about the option
I said I wouldn't wear them.
guns training and also wanting to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What about those of us who have guns, have training, but also want to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
Well, then you got to choose which one you want.
Well, we're supposed to pretend that you people don't exist and that if you have a gun, that's supposed to be your whole cultural identity, like the Republican Party. See, that's the misconception. I didn't really stutter, like people with guns, because that's the misconception of the mislure of, having proper gun control. Because I have friends that have like assault rifles and they would love to have better gun controls to protect, child, I think, what is it gun deaths are one of the leading reasons for children's death at this point, but we don't talk about it. Thoughts of concepts and prayers.
You understand, Thomas, those are worth it for the Second Amendment. So saith The recently departed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Dark. Like, when do we stop like caring that MAGA's taking MAGA out? Right? Like, he was. What happened was sad, and I get it. But at this point, I'm like concepts of thoughts and prayers because it's the same energy he put in when he was talking about like school shootings. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, like we have to ignore that MAGA is literally insulting MAGA because I'll just go ahead and say it now, and then you can be like, Thomas, how did you know? But most likely in this whole crowd of just MAGA hats, Trump's approval ratings aren't really that high anymore. He's got like the lowest approval rating since, the last time he was in fucking office, right? So it's like at this point, it's sad, it sucks, but when do we stop covering or they start protecting the fact that MAGA is taking MAGA out? And I think someone said to the stage earlier that they're going to just find a way to spearhead it to that this is a democratical issue. When the truth of the matter of fact is y'all are really just targeting each other because you don't like what the other person's saying. I mean, what was it? Scotty, you said that Josh Hawley voted for this Epstein thing, right?
Yep.
And John, and he was what? The fist bump guy on the January assault, right?
Yeah.
The same dude. Yeah. So, at this point, it's just like, we just wait for them to take each other out at this point. I'm sorry.
Thomas, let me read a quote. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is made up. It's a new age term, and it does a lot of damage. Guess who that?
Charlie Kirk.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they think, and Elon Musk thinks the same way. This is what the manosphere and these fucking right-wingers, they think empathy is weak. That's what they think.
They actually said that empathy was not Christian. That's what the white nationalists said. They wanted to get rid of empathy. I'm sorry, I just wanted to reinforce the fact that they want to get rid of empathy.
I mean, at this rate, I don't know why Second Amendment enthusiasts aren't thanking Charlie Cook for his service. Literally asked for it. He's one of the deaths that made the Second Amendment worth it, right? No? Or is it just other deaths?
You see what I'm saying? Like, and hey, what's going on, Sandra? How you doing? I hope you're doing okay up there. It's been a minute.
I'm good, trying to call you back.
I'm doing all right. I keep looking at these car rollouts and I'm just keep thinking about you. So I just wanted to say what's up. So, but it's like, I mean, at this point, it's like, it's hitting the news and it's like, oh my gosh. And it's like, for what? I mean, you had, what's his name? John Sink from the Young Turks over here talking about political violence. And it's like, but it's one side. It's literally one side. It's not even like it's just, it's going back and forth. There was one weirdo on the Democratic side that shot at a bunch of senators, like back in, how long ago was it? But we have all this political violence recently, and it's all one freaking side. And then now it's just, and now that it affects your home, but when it's school kids, we can't talk about it right now. Let's give it more time. Thoughts and concepts of thoughts and prayers. Oh, but Johnny Kirk gets shot in the fucking neck, and then all of a sudden it's a national.
It's $20. It's political. It's too political when kids are dying. It's too political.
Oh yeah, you're right. Or it's fake news. Like what's his name? What's the one that made all that money off of his dick pills, and then all of a sudden now he had to pay all that money back to the survivors of the Parkland shooters?
Oh, I can see his little rat face.
Alex Jones.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's a piece.
Yeah, 100%. Beats his wife. Guy's trash. But yet they love him. Turning the frogs gay. They made a whole concept song about it. But, heaven forbid something happens to him. And then we're going to watch all of a sudden, it's all these Democrats or it's the LGBTQ community because we can talk about them, but anything beyond that is beyond the scope of the capability of this fucking country. It's amazing to me. I literally, honestly, thank you for having this room, Patty, because I swear to God, I was going to open one that says, should we care when MAGA kills MAGA?
Actually, it was, who interrupted the conversation? It was Womack and somebody else. Who was it? Yeah, that's why we opened it.
We opened this room because I sent you a text message.
Patty, are we celebrating somebody's death in here? I'm not clear.
No, I'm not celebrating nobody's death.
We're not celebrating anybody's death.
No.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
We need to open a new room. So the room is old. That's, yeah.
Oh,
She said that
somebody celebrating.
Let me explain real quick.
That's what I said. Two other people was talking about it. We had to open a new room. Lady said maybe we should open a new room, and then we let them have that conversation in this room. That's
So John Pierre has joined the stage. Hello, Glenn. You have also joined the stage. I'm not sure if you've been here. Let me pull to refresh. All right, so Glenn is new to the stage as well. Hey, John. Hey, Water. How are you? Hey, Glenn.
John Pierre.
John Pierre.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hello. I'm good, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, hey. How's it going, Scotty? So, well, apparently there's breaking news that just happened. Kash Patel is saying that the person of interest that he had in custody, that he said was almost surely the assassin, has been released. So the person that they were so sure did it is now back out on the streets.
Shut up.
after they
Hey, Dommy. What?
And I think that's an interesting part of this story because when I look at Kash Patel, the FBI officials, the West Wing officials who've spoken on this, and I look at local law enforcement and the mayor, and I watch their press conference, there has not been coordination, number one, between the two sides because they've been saying contradictory things for the whole day. And I think a part of it is because they were so, in my view, gung-ho about coming forward with commentary that they forgot how to do police work. Because when I watched that press conference, there was a lot of this country is going in the wrong direction and we need to heal and he's such a martyr. Not a lot of fact, which is usually what they lead with. Certainly they will offer condolences, but what I saw looked like something that would happen on Steve Bannon's show, not like something I would see law enforcement do in front of cameras. And I think that that's an interesting piece of this story. I also think it's really interesting that the media outlets that I've been looking at aren't using Charlie Kirk's words. They're not talking about the fact that this terrible thing happened in the middle of a question about gun violence and then playing his viewpoints about gun violence. And that's an interesting choice. All of these things are choices. You know, media literacy, very important. What you're saying, what they're choosing to put on that screen, the quotes that they're choosing to show from him, the quotes that they're choosing to show from politicians who are putting out statements, these are all choices. And I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if that's just out of respect. And if they're going to have a real conversation about what his views were on guns, what his views were on empathy, all the things you guys I'm sure have been talking about. But I really hope that that real conversation happens, because if it doesn't, it's propaganda. If we don't have a real conversation about the era of political violence that we're in and who led us to that era, it's propaganda. If they don't play his own words about an act that ultimately led to his demise, it's propaganda. And so I'm going to be watching CNN, MSNBC. I mean, I was watching Ari Melber. I was watching Aaron Burnett. I'm looking at Anderson Cooper right now. It's a lot of wishy-washiness. It's a lot of empathy, right? Ironically.
I can't
Not a lot of
find
fact.
the story.
I'm sorry?
I can't find the release story. Can you post it, please?
Actually said that on YouTube. He
It's,
posted it on YouTube.
it's
I'm
on Kash.
asking the person who's speaking.
Yeah, it's on
I can
Kash
talk to them.
Patel's Kash Patel's Twitter. Because again, like I said,
Cash Patel Twitter?
yeah, he put it
Huh.
up. I still call it Twitter, guys. I'm sorry.
Can you put it in if you don't mind? Because I'm looking at I'm going all through breaking news and I can't find it.
Yeah, sure. And I'm not surprised if you can't find it, because it's the point I kind of opened on, that this has been botched from the beginning. The communication, the coordination has not been done by the book, because they're so gung-ho about blaming this on the left and using this story in a political way that they're not doing good police work. They're not doing good communications. They're not doing, frankly, good politics. And so that's the reason why you're seeing that happen, because normally these outlets would have been tipped off about it, and then you could put a statement out, but they're just going straight to Twitter, right? That Twitter, Truth Social, these platforms are their defaults, and they don't even go straight to journalists really anymore. They're going to people like Steve Bannon and Candace Owens, and so the whole entire structure that would get us the information accurately on time doesn't exist in Trump world, right? And so, yeah, that's not a problem. I'll try to find it and I'll come back.
It's already been posted in. It's Meriden just.
Okay.
It's right there. It's Meriden already posted on there. But to your point, though, it's like, I'm not holding my breath, because it's the same thing. Remember that bomber that was blowing up those houses in Alabama, right? And it's kind of weird, because when they found him living in a van. When they found him living in a van, they tarped up his van as they were going through while they were transporting it to the police yard or whatever, to the point where they were like, the police people were like, why are they tarp up the van? And the truth of the matter of fact is, he was highly MAGA. Like, his whole thing was Hillary Clinton and saving the kids and Donald Trump and all this pro stuff. So, the revolution is not going to be televised. It's been censored. Just like the active protests that are going down here in LA, they censored that. Remember when ICE decided to take their little trips to Flatbush, right? And they got their ass beat because apparently Haitians aren't playing that game, right? That got censored also. Same thing with Compton. Compton's beating ICE Asians' asses in high degree that they have to go down there with security. That's being censored as well. So when they find out what MAGA nut this is, and then they disown him, and then they sweep it underneath the table, it's not going to be televised. It's just going to be swept. It's just going to be more shit that becomes part of the noise. And of course, they're not going to say what he says or all the nonsensical shit that he says. Because at this point, there's violence and everything else is stuff that they've been stoking for years now. And now, unfortunately, Trump got his hand caught in the cookie jar with his Epstein shit to the point he can't hide it anymore.
Yeah, I think that this is important for the left, Democrats in general, to acknowledge the culture shift that's happened with the media. What Trump world did very effectively is they engaged in a strategy to scare the media, to scare institutions like colleges out of doing the things that they've done and that they have a responsibility to do, which is to usher in truth and fact. They sued, and these institutions capitulated. You saw Kamala Harris talk about this, Barack Obama capitulated, ABC capitulated, CBS capitulated. Based on frivolous lawsuits, they ended up settling, because when one settled, you saw like dominoes, all the others settled. And now they're making decisions about what to put on air based upon what MAGA wants. Make no mistake about it. When you see those negative stories, when you see them talking about the Epstein files, all of a sudden, it's not because they're so anti-Donald Trump. It's because MAGA said, let's talk about that. Be very clear. They are in Trump's corner like they were in 2016 when he got $1 billion of free earned media over Hillary Clinton, just like Les Moonves said, who was the former head honcho, now disgraced, former head honcho at CBS, the serial sexual abuser. He said that Trump was bad for the country, but very good for business. Remember that? And so we're back in an era where they're going to do what MAGA says to do. And so this pomp and circumstance over Charlie Kirk, you just saw the New York Yankees. I don't know if you guys saw this or talked about it. The New York Yankees did a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Wasn't he the guy who said that if he saw a black pilot on a plane, he called them DEI pilots, he wouldn't want to fly on that plane? Is that the same Charlie Kirk? And so now you're seeing the mainstreamification, the real mainstreamification of all these isms, racism, sexism, misogyny, all of this stuff, homophobia. It's good for business. We see the same thing reflected with the manosphere. Every passport bro with the microphone no longer, because of new media, has to deal with blowback from sponsors. They're getting monthly subscription fees from all these incels all around the country, and so it's good for business. And so Democrats, the left, we have to recognize that that is the era that we're in, and we have to push back. And so when you see people with money providing funding for influencers who are Democrats, don't crap on that. That's what the Russians did. That's what Republicans did. We should be paying influencers on the left to put good information out there. And so we have to fight back.
So I just have a quick question. You know,
Fucking great.
When we were growing up, I don't know, for me, I was always taught like you shouldn't talk about race, religion, and politics. Those three things. And I feel like the more we have gotten comfortable in speaking about it is where a lot of the hate is coming from. But what do you guys think about that? Because this guy, he's going around saying all his hateful stuff, and now look what happened.
Well, I want to say this. With you being 79, it was such a big difference between when I was growing up and when you was growing up.
Excuse me, sir, I'm 87. I'm 87. Get the age right.
My bad. But with that being said, I completely agree. When you give too many opinions out, it leaves a lot of room for you to be judged. And, you know, chickens always come home to roost. That's all I've been saying all day. Just like Brother Malcolm said about JFK.
But the thing, though, Ray, it's just the fact that the publicization of, and then it's just fear porn, you know, and that's all one party talked about. You talked about it during every campaign. Immigrants are taking your jobs. LGBT is turning our kids gay. You're losing your righthood as being a man, and the Democrats hate this country, and they're a bunch of pedophiles. You know, you create this nostalgia, and you want people to sit there and listen to it and vote, because now what you're doing is you're creating an emotion, which is a visceral rage. And it's like, you know, you have to understand, like, with the right, they have their own armed militia that have been blowing up abortion clinics since the dawn of time. Well, we don't acknowledge it. We don't talk about it. It happens, and we say it's sad, and then move on as, you know, a whole generation of doctors are being wiped out or exterminated. And now all of a sudden what we have right now is we have a party that's like that Aurora Borealis snake, which eats itself. And somehow we're supposed to feel bad about it and sad, when the truth of the matter of fact is you were the one. You were the one that pushed this out. You were the one that made all this, put all this nonsensical shit in the news. There's 800 things we could be talking about right now to try to, I don't know, help the youth in this country. But no, we're going to sit here and pretend that this con man, this grifter, is somehow a great person, because he literally got his roosters did come home to roost. His chickens did come home to roost. You know, I'm sorry, I'm not celebrating his death, but at the same time, I'm not going to shed a tear for a snake. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, firstly, but you know, you said, you know, we were raised not to talk about race, religion, and politics. But it's the very people that tell you don't talk about it that have been using race, religion, and politics to oppress us, to hold us down, to create, you know, to terrorize us. So like this whole and to what who was just speaking, Thomas, like that's the thing. They've been using race, religion, and politics to enact the very things that they're doing right now. I feel like we don't live in a time where we can't not talk about race, religion, and politics. It's those very things that they're using to bear us down, to bear down on us.
And I was gonna say that's almost what I was the same thing what I was gonna say, but I think the reason that whole motto right there that we have, because that's like an American motto. You don't talk about race politics or what is it, something with something else. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. Is because we tiptoe around everything. We don't want to talk about nothing. We could have been over this, you know what I'm saying? But we always do this. So you don't know who's the fucking devil. You done chimmy chim Jerude with a fucking racist because they know how to be nice to you at work. That's why, like, these are the conversations I want to have first. Yeah, what's your politic? Because if you got a crazy politic, my favorite conversation is with another motherfucker. I don't want to talk to you. And I think we should start having more of these conversations. So then I can I can go get the fuck away from you because your ass crazy.
But the other thing I wanted to say to what Jean Pierre was saying is when I got the news about Charlie Kirk, not like Jean Pierre said, not one news outlet has said a word about not one news outlet has even called him controversial. They just said a father, a political activist.
CNN called him an activist.
Yes, an activist. But none of them called out any of the controversial things that he has said. None of them talked about him saying that, talking about empathy. None of them talked about how he said, hey, look, you know what, if you don't have death threats against your life, then you're not serving your country. Like, none of them talked about any of this stuff. Like, this dude got served the same shit that he's been spewing. But they want to talk about, Charlie Kirk and we should have a moment of silence. Like, no, we don't need that. Why are we having a moment of silence for a racist?
Well, wait a minute. Who said that they needed a moment of silence?
Oh, Jean Pierre just said the Yankees. They had a moment of silence. And Congress, my sister called me today and said, and Congress had a moment of silence. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
They also
a
have
moment of silence for a racist?
Hold up. So, did they have a moment of silence for the lady and her husband that got shot? The ones that were
the Minnesota legislators.
Congress in Minnesota, yeah.
No.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No.
So they didn't do a moment of silence for them?
And not for the dog either.
Why would they?
And not even for the damn dog?
And not for the dog.
But they flying flags that have staff for a fucking racist in this country in 2025. That's what we doing.
No flags flown at half mast. No apology from Washington. Nothing. Crickets.
Wow.
Crickets.
Wow.
Yeah. Crickets.
They don't care if you die. They only care if they die. Offer me.
And they were shot in cold blood. Sorry, April.
I just wanted to say really quickly, Gretchen Whitmer, who was almost kidnapped and killed, they make fun of her. When it came to George Floyd, who was murdered, they make fun of him every day. Charlie Kirk recently made fun of George Floyd being murdered and said he was a crackhead. When you go to Michelle, who was just murdered with her husband and dog, they made fun of her. Who was, the Democrat state lawmaker from Minnesota. When it came to Pelosi's husband, who was almost killed and he was beaten up, they made fun of him. I don't want to hear anything from these people. Honestly, I don't. Because this is the thing. We're in a respectability politics world now, where if Hitler was alive today and was killed, these same motherfuckers would say, but he has a family, but he was a father, but he was a good man. Fuck.
I want to add to Andre's point real quick. Another thing people don't bring up about Charlie Kirk was that he literally called for the shooting and whipping of migrants. Shooting and whipping. Also Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so this is what I need from y'all. Somebody had read something earlier. They didn't want him on campus. Is that true? Can somebody bring me up to this date with that story?
A group of students did write the administration and tried to urge the administration to not have him on campus. That is common. That's common with damn near every campus he went to. They didn't want him on campus. Like, why the fuck would you want the stinky classmate at your birthday party? Like, you know what I mean?
So listen, he was in the state of Utah. The state of Utah, I mean, last I checked, they're a red state. So it's fitting that his demise was there because I'm sure the folks that didn't want him there were the minority in the bunch of not wanting him there. But he went along with it and they went along with it. So then, like, look, that was an invitation to whatever was going to go on and go on. So he got whatever he was there for.
Well, wait a minute, because the security officer of the school, I guess he was like the head security officer or whatever, he said there's 40,000 kids in that school. So do you think that there was a minority there?
No, I'm saying a minority as far as in the numbers of people, like the students that opposed him being there. They were in the minority. Apparently, yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
maybe they were in the majority because a lot of people said they didn't want him to be there.
Looking at the number of people that showed up, they look like they were
40,000 people though.
Yeah, they look like they were in support of him being there. He thought it was research and they were coming.
A lot of people from around town that was there too, like from that crowd side.
I think it's amazing nobody else got shot.
And there was a lot of protesters that were actually there at the event. And then
Is there a queue? Yeah, let me just mention
you can be talking.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Who's talking?
There was a lot of protesters outside the event as well. And there was people that was trying to storm the event. Because I'm reading an article right now that was talking about there was a lot of people there that did not want him there. They protested him coming there. And there was protests at the event.
So most major universities.
So let me add this.
Spirit was next, though.
So thank you so much, Queen. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to mention the quote, "You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously." That quote was referencing Black women. And that quote was Charlie Kirk. Thank you.
What? That was referencing Black women. What
yes,
show was
you
that?
do not have the brain
Charlie Kirk
processing power.
No, I'm listening. I'm a little bit. You guys, excuse me, but I'm a little bit behind you guys. I'm just trying to catch up. So okay.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. And then he added, you had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. And he was referring to Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. So there you go. There's the one that we should have empathy for. Fuck that motherfucker.
Zero fucks about Charlie.
I wasn't saying having empathy for anybody. Let me make that clear. I was just trying to catch up.
Referring to you.
Oh, okay. Because I said, are we celebrating somebody's death in here? And then I'm reading the articles right now. I'm not too much up on him. I don't know too much about him, but I thank you. And from what I'm looking, he got shot at the school, and he got shot in his neck, and he perished. Correct? And
he didn't die immediately. He died at the hospital.
He died at the hospital. Okay.
Yeah, rushed into most likely he died when that shot hit because I was looking. I saw the video.
That's not what they said on the news. I just read it. They said he died in the hospital.
Yeah, well, one of the bystanders said that it was there. He said he saw him talking. He said he saw blood coming out of him and his body go limp, and then they escorted him away in a limousine or like a car. And but yeah, whatever efforts they.
I have a question for you, bro. No. Wait, so they called the paramedics.
No.
Well, when he was gushing after that shot, I think he died en route, if not right then. I don't see how he was living.
Well, it's a public event, so what they'll do is they'll rush him up.
This is what they're reporting. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, they probably. He's just probably pronounced dead at the hospital.
He died. They said he died at the hospital.
So they probably pronounced him dead at the hospital.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. I was like, what's the crime rate in Ohio And do we send National Guards over there because you're talking about a national treasure got shot that we have to put everything half-mast? So does that mean that we're going to put National Guards in Ohio now to lock that shit down because of this horrible tragedy that happened?
Oh, this happened in Utah. I never said Ohio. It happened in Utah.
Utah.
Yeah.
So does that mean we put National Guards now in Utah now to lock that down because Charlie Kirk got shot at a school?
We will have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what the Trump administration wants to do because, he's totally against violence.
Obviously, the answer is to send a National Guard to Chicago for this. That's what the answer is.
Right. I actually think it's going to be something more sinister. I think what we're going to see is a ramping up of surveillance because it's already going on. Let's be clear about that. But they're really going to ramp it up. Anything that you say, we're seeing it when people are coming into the country, even U.S. citizens are looking in your phone just to see if you've said anything that's anti-Donald Trump or anti-Israel. And so they're going to be watching, especially those who are influential, pop culture, celebrities, influencers. They're going to be watching what they do. And we have a great history of that, right? As we know in this country. You saw the files.
Yep, one word, Palantir.
Right.
So it's really interesting because I'm talking to my son and he said that he was at his campus. And I was like, wait, your campus is a liberal campus. But he said, yeah, they were race baiting. He was basically race baiting. So I'm learning a lot about Charlie. Didn't know too much about him.
Yeah, he goes to every campus. And everybody in the crowd is not like a pro MAGA. He invites folks to debate him. So the person that was debating him when the shot was fired, he was anti-MAGA.
Can I tell Lisa? Can I tell you just some tea I know about him? Just because I've never known he is for a long time. So Charlie Kirk said, just a few things that he essentially said. He said black people evolved from chimps. White people were made by God. He said that's why we look like monkeys. He said black people, we should have never ended slavery and that we're in slavery because of our own fault. But the Bible said it was fine and we should follow the Bible. He said that we should never, ever have given us voting rights because now look at what we did and the civil rights movement should have never happened. He said Martin Luther King Jr. was a rapist and a liar and not a real pastor because black people can't be Christians. He said women should never have the right to vote. He said we should have whites-only towns. This is a legitimate racist. He has said crazy stuff about Jewish people as well. This is a literal Nazi. He is the reason why all of these Gen Z men are right-wing. They all were isolating in the house during the COVID era. He is who they were watching on TikTok and on X, Twitter at the time. This is one of the reasons why Trump won Gen Z men, Charlie Kirk. So this, and people online are tweeting, this is our George Floyd.
Disarmament.
Did you?
No nuclear weapons.
Women, don't say
nuclear
nothing.
weapons.
What's going on?
No nuclear weapons.
Okay.
No
Are you
nuclear
okay?
weapons.
Are you okay? Do we need to call this the psych ward? What's going on?
Yeah, 911.
So the last thing I was going to the last thing I wanted to tell Lisa is, by the way, a couple weeks ago, he was making fun of George Floyd's murder online. So it's kind of crazy how, and also the woman that died in Minnesota, the lawmaker, and her husband and dog made fun of them, said it was Democrats, said they deserve to die. Who cares? It's all fake. Backed up the quote unquote, it's a hoax from Democrats and the Epstein nonsense. Originally, he was all for getting the Epstein files released, but then when Trump said it was a hoax, he completely backed Trump up. He is in Trump's pocket and was in Trump's pocket completely. So
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. All that shit is irrelevant.
I want to hear what she gotta say. I want to hear what this young lady gotta say. Go ahead. Go ahead. What's wrong with her? She might need prayer. Matt, wait a minute, Matt, let you finish. She's having a crisis. She's having a crisis.
Let her go. Whatever the fuck you got going on, get us the fuck up out of here, sir.
Lord.
Now.
Control, Alt, Delete.
Now, man, did you have
I'm willing to consider. I am willing to consider.
the phone.
God damn it, that's cool as fuck.
Send her some hugs. Hugs.
Kyla, are you okay?
Y'all got a problem?
No.
With what?
To you.
We trying to figure out what you're talking about, sis.
Just armor.
What are you
I want to
talking
have a
about?
conversation.
Guys, she wants to have a conversation with her.
We want to have a conversation, but hold up. Is she getting beat up? What's going on?
In Chicago.
No, she just walked out the room butt ass naked. This motherfucker going through a mental health crisis, and y'all stupid motherfuckers
No, I'm not going through a
She
mental
walked out
health
the room
crisis.
butt naked in a hotel room.
I
This
am
shit's
fully
unacceptable.
competent. I do not consent to be governed.
I told
I
you.
do not consent. No is a statement.
Please quit asking the bullshit, y'all. Please stop.
No.
Cause y'all goofy as fuck getting online. Y'all just get over here and participate.
Absolutely not.
This has to be a Democrat.
Should we call
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Obviously, someone is asking her now. Asking you to move her down. So
You stop talking over her. It's weird.
She's talking over everybody.
No, I mean, you guys are talking over her. Didn't you hear Patty and First Lady said they want to hear her? Mute y'all's mic.
no, I think it's someone who's with her who's saying
No,
move
they
her
said
down.
need to go on mute. Mute your mic. What is the problem?
Hold on. No.
You don't pack all my shit in my
All
mouth.
right, I want you here. I want you here.
You do not. You don't.
I want you
You
here.
don't. No, you don't.
I do. I really do. I really do.
Straight to this goddamn room. Stop doing that.
Okay,
bullshit.
so we need to have a conversation.
No, you need to take that shit in there. Because if you don't take that shit in there, believe that. No, something ain't adding up. I don't got time for that shit.
Something ain't adding up, baby. Something ain't adding up because I'm fully competent. I know exactly what's going on. And we are real time, y'all. And where is Key at? And if Key is here, then we in there.
Nobody knows who the fuck you talking about.
Yes, if Key is here, then we are in there. Yep. If Key is there, then we are in there. And you will not harm a hair on his motherfucking head. You will not harm a hair on his head or this vessel. You will not dare touch him. Don't ask me who the fuck he is, because you already know who the fuck he is. Where the fuck are you? I want to see you face to face, whoever the fuck you is. Because I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to ye. That's my people. And I got my people. Don't worry about my people. I'm good. Me and my people, we straight. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ gang, bang, bang. Christ gang, bang, bang. Christ gang, bang, bang.
What hotel are you at?
Don't you worry about where the fuck I'm at. You already know where the fuck I'm at. Where the fuck are you at?
Oh,
Jesus.
Lord and the mercy.
the spirit is.
So that's you.
Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving? Me and you in here.
No, you just don't know who you are, baby.
What the fuck ever? I know what you was child. I had no doubt about it. Ain't nobody like to tell me that. No,
You just don't know who you are, baby.
No adult could fulfill that.
You just don't know who you are. This is the baptism of the Holy Spirit, y'all. Oh God, this is the baptism of the Holy Spirit. I'm here. This is the comforter. Oh my God, I'm so glad that I found y'all. Oh my God. I'm so glad I found y'all. I'm so glad I found y'all.
No, stop.
Who's
stop.
there? Is
Stop.
it Key? Is it Key? Who's there?
I'm smoking on that Charlie pack tonight, baby.
See, now you getting dropped.
You can't control this, man. You either gonna talk to the Most High or you gonna prove to me that we got some shit going on in this
You guys are making fun. Stop it.
You either gonna talk to the Most High or prove to me that this is Key.
Ma'am, you're on Clubhouse. Is there anything we can do to help you? Where are you?
All right, now this ain't no psychotic episode. Let me go figure this shit out. My nigga figure this shit out.
Okay. Have a good
I need
night.
to figure this shit out.
All right.
I think
Have
I'll
a good
figure
night.
this shit out.
God bless.
Lord. I feel like somebody need a blessing.
Woo!
Price gang, bang bang.
And
that's
so you know that shit's not funny though.
It really
You
is
think
not
that's
funny at all.
No, at all. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers right now.
Oh Lord.
You who?
Oh
think
Lord,
she-
my
he
ass.
said, "Oh Lord," so I can drop you because that y'all are
was
doing
Mike.
Do you see these
That was
fucking
Mike. He's
demons
always
on
doing
it?
some shit like that.
I'm so sick of these
Y'all need to
clubhouse demons.
relax. That was
You know,
stop
you need
calling
to
my
shut the
name.
fuck up, though. That's crazy. When you see somebody in pain, all you can do is mock them. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Well, I'm just gonna pray. Excuse me. Don't just give me a minute. I need a minute, okay? Because I don't know what to feel right now. I don't know whether she was trolling, whether she was serious. I don't know. But in case that she was serious, I am praying that whatever she is going through, that she gets the healing, that she gets the help that she needs, that God covers her heart, her mind, her soul, her spirit from the top of her head to the sole of her feet. Whether it was a joke or not, the fact that you even want to play like that, if you were playing, then something is still wrong. And if she's not playing, I pray to God that something will cover her and keep her. I don't know the man that she was with. It sounded like to me he was trying to leave. She said, "I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay." And then she said, "Don't touch the boy. You can't touch him. Don't touch it." So I don't know what's going on. And then she didn't seem like she wanted to talk. We tried to ask questions. That's what made me kind of feel like maybe she's trolling. Don't ask me where the fuck I'm at. You know where I'm at. These are the words that she said.
But he also mentioned mental illness.
Yeah, he said that. Yep, he said that right from the beginning. He said that she's having a mental crisis right now. And then I think he said that we were weird. Did he call us weird?
I don't know if he
was cussing at us.
Well, he doesn't know us, so he just knows that she goes from room to room and just be speaking to people. So he's just like, "Yo, yeah, I have her on the stage like this." Like,
I looked at her.
But I've never seen her in this room.
Yeah, I looked at her IG to try to see if we can identify anything.
She was asking She's a biblical smoke. She goes to the Maccabees. These are all religious spaces. And she also said the power of the Holy Spirit. This is the Holy Spirit. So I don't know if she had too much religion that's then got into her mind and got things going on. I'm not sure. But
if you go to her Instagram page, it was totally different than religion. Yeah, I did. Because I was trying to see if there was something that it wasn't religion. I can tell you that.
Definitely was it.
Okay.
Some of the names are though, Patty, if you look at the names.
Yeah, she was a dancer. And she was naked on her page.
First lady, you did as much as you could to kind of, to keep this, to get as much information as possible. So you did. I just want to let you and the moderators know you guys did as much as you could have. It was very hard to try to pick up and follow. So and it's just part. It's just part of social media. Sometimes we don't know the whole angle or what is the stimulus for what somebody is saying. And this was a little hard to parse out at my end, to be honest with you. So you did the best you could.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
People have been harmed and killed on this app. You guys, it's easy to make fun. Sometimes you just have to sit there and be quiet and let people like First Lady handle it. First Lady's voice is calming. The lady was obviously in distress, and it was terrible to listen to. And I was praying to God we weren't going to hear something we don't want to hear. So I reported her profile. I know Clubhouse won't do a damn thing about it, but at least I made a report of it. I think all of us find a way to help people if you can. Bless her. I hope that everything's okay.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. It's like you're so ready to make fun of somebody and take somebody's pain and use it for your pleasure. You couldn't know that you could have possibly helped somebody in this moment. So that was my whole thing. And, and I appreciate you, too, for letting her speak, because if it had been any other space, they would have dropped her before I could even find out what was said and kicked her out the room. So I appreciate you guys letting her speak, even though you didn't get a chance to do anything for her. Maybe something positive is going to come out. So To God be the glory.
I'm gonna be real. I thought I was getting trolled at first. I so did. I thought it was a recording that somebody was playing, and then when she started actually responding to the comments that was made, I was like, "Oh shit, time to chill."
No, it was something about her voice when she joined that startled me right from the beginning. Like, wait a minute, hold up, this is something different. Because people come on the stage, they yell, but that just wasn't. That was a little strange. Mike P, I see you keep raising your hand. And you and I, we've had conversations. I just don't know if right now is a good time for you to come up because I really don't want to fight right now, and I don't want the people to fight. So if we could, not do that, I would definitely appreciate it. I don't know. That just took me out. That just took all my energy out. So y'all can have a conversation.
I feel like we are. I just wanted to say
Motel 6 right now.
Oh God! It took me out, and I just tried to figure out: is she trying to drop us some clues? What is she talking about?
Exactly.
Right. And I was really trying to get beyond what she was saying to see what was really, if she would give us some more to work with.
And she said something about nuclear. Did she say something about that? That was the first thing she said.
Yeah, then it was like a preach that she went off on, a chant.
It sounded like a protest at first.
But she also asked, was Key with us? Like
yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Like Key was a word we should know, or a name, or an entity that we should know. And she was looking for Key.
Yeah, but either way, the man could have been in distress. She could have been in distress. If she's going through a manic episode, she could probably hurt him, or she could hurt herself. So that's why I thought it was best to just try to look for clues. Somebody call the police, because that shit is kind of weird.
Exactly.
Because she can probably hurt him. We hear her yelling, but then you also, if you paid attention to the background, he was trying to leave. So I don't know. And she's not a small girl. If anybody went to that Instagram page, she is a big girl.
Oh, yeah.
He said that she was out in the hallway naked.
Yep, that's what he said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. He said she's out. He said she out here in this hallway at the hotel naked.
Butt-ass naked.
He's like, I'm leaving. And she said, no, I want you here. And then all of a sudden she softened up. She softened up for a minute, and then she went right back in. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't. I don't think it was a troll. But then again, I'm like, I don't know.
They was both tweaking. I don't know what they was.
No, he didn't sound like he was tweaking. He didn't sound like he did. No, he's not. Okay, Water. You're right, Water. You're right. Don't argue with him. Don't argue with him. Don't argue.
Nah, it definitely wasn't trolling. It definitely wasn't trolling, and he wasn't tweaking.
Everybody gotta be on drugs from a drug person. That's crazy.
Why y'all believe him?
Hello, I just want to thank the boys. I just want to thank the boys for standing in the gap.
Yo, mama.
Your mama, you play too much.
We need more people to stand in the gap. Thank you, First Lady. We need people to stand in the gap. It's a crazy world out there.
You play too much, girl.
If you were in the UK, they would tell you not to stand in the gap.
Okay.
They say, please mind the gap.
All right. So perhaps maybe the enemy came to destroy the conversation. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or maybe that was a sign that we just need to leave that conversation alone. I'm not sure, but I know I'm kind of exhausted at this point. That gave me an extreme additional headache on top of the one I already had. And I ain't lying about that.
You exercise great restraint, First Lady, because you asked her a question, she went after you, and you exercise restraint. And I think it's a sign of emotional maturity, and I appreciate you. And great moderation skills, but...
Oh, thank you, Spirit.
I need to just say it's been a really emotional day, and we're only on Wednesday.
She definitely got a lot of practice with you guys.
Yes, I am. Let's just take a deep breath. This is not for the weak. We got another 3.5 years of this.
No, no, no. Mm-mm. I'm not speaking that into existence. I listen. People don't understand that change can come in a blink of an eye. Mike P, I'm scared. I'm scared to press that button to bring you up. I'm scared.
Leave it alone, First Lady. Leave it alone, First Lady.
Down there.
It's been one of those days.
He got Miss Wellness too. He's talking about it's a crash out. He need to stay down there.
Oh, you can come up. I have a kryptonite for him, so you can come up. I can guarantee you he'll behave.
No, he don't ever know how to behave.
You sound so nice and mellow right now, you guys.
All right, Mr. Mike. Wait, so
he opened his mouth one time. I promise you, I'm kicking his ass out.
It's okay.
I'm not
Mike,
playing. Mike, he always do this crazy shit, and then he did that shit with that woman. It's like he don't know how to.
Oh, hey, Penny.
If you act stupid, I'm gonna post your picture, and you know you look like Sinbad next to him.
Okay, Penny is here. Let me bring Penny up, and then I'm gonna bring Mike up. It sounds like Penny has part of the kryptonite for Mike. Okay, Mike.
So before y'all lose it with Mike, you just have to know that.
Hey, what up?
Hey, who's that? Hey, friend. Oh, it's Gemini. That's my brother Gemini. Hey, everybody. So, one thing about Mike that we have to remember is just remain calm. It's like I don't even think he believes the shit or that he said.
Oh, Dr. Julio in the building? What's going on?
That's my bookie too. And Mike really is a nice person. He has this ogre Shrek energy where he says he has layers like the onion. And so I don't know why he does this from room to room, but I figured him out. You just have to just say, "Aw."
Penny, what are you? Penny, what exactly are you? Penny, what are you?
Penny, that's the reason why I said I've had conversations with Mike, and I've seen a different side of Mike. So
he tries to be difficult, like intentionally.
I know exactly.
I've seen ain't pretty.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I don't know why he does that. I really don't.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I know, sweetie. That's what I'm trying to tell them.
So then what are you telling these people?
This is just a front he does. I don't know why he does it.
What is the front he's on?
Can we get one mic? Can we get one mic on the Honorable Dr. Julio? Can we get one mic?
How y'all doing?
Good evening, Dr. Julio. How are you? How are you, sir?
Shaking up just a little.
Okay. So shaking up.
Oh my God, I came in at the right time. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay.
you fools will never.
I have a link here about with that. What's her name? Hold on. What's her name?
Wait a minute. Come on now.
Oh, no, I'm serious. I really do.
All right. Well, I was in the middle of talking to him.
Amanda Seals. If we could play that when the first lady is done, thank you.
Oh. Now, are you still using
Dr. Julio, excuse me. Y'all being rude right now. Dr. Julio, are you shaken up because of the recent events with Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely. I think that we live in a I mean the inability to have a healthy disagreement with somebody. I don't know who did it, Chris. I have no idea. What I would say is this, right? If of all the disagreements that I have with every last, one of you moderators, at least at the top three, me and Patty probably don't agree on much. Me and First Lady don't, but we could talk for hours without there being an issue. I think that what has happened today is reflective of a spiritual cancer that exists in this country. I don't give a shit whether you're Republican, Democrat, Socialist, Communist. I don't give a fuck what you are. We should be able to argue for hours without anybody losing their damn life. Period. I don't give a shit. And anyone that condones this act of horrendous violence is bullshit.
Okay. You done?
Are you a doctor?
So are you claiming?
Not too much on the Honorable. Not too much. One mic on the Honorable Julio.
So are you claiming to know the motive of the shooter, Dr.
What I'm claiming you, ignoramus, is that what the action that happened is fine.
Just let people finish. Okay. All right, listen, y'all. Listen. In order for us to have a conversation, we cannot throw, these little ad hominems. I hate using that word because I use it so much.
In
Let's
this
try
case,
to
personally, it
just
would be a red herring.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
That was a
Can we
question.
please just try not to be negative? And y'all keep coming off mic. It doesn't help because even when somebody cuts me off, it triggers me. And then when somebody responds in an aggressive way, then you want to play victim. So instead of that, let's just allow one person to speak, and if there's an actual dialogue between two people, let's just try to, stay on mute if that's possible. Thank you. Appreciate you. Love. So someone was asking Dr. Julio, were you answering a question or somebody was asking you a question? What was going on? I don't.
Yeah, he started off after you called me an ignoramus again.
You asked me if I knew the motive of the shooter. All I spoke to was the action taken. I don't care about his motive. His motive is irrelevant. I don't give a damn what his motive was. He took an innocent man's life.
Yeah, but you claim to say that because of the disagreement, that's why he took his life. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm telling you that is what I believe. That is, I do not know anything of certainty.
Got it.
And if you're too intellectually incapable to understand that everything I just said is an opinion, then maybe you don't need to be having this conversation with me.
So,
Maybe I should be speaking to
I
someone
have
with
a
common
question.
sense.
Be nice,
What he said that it doesn't matter because let me just have this minute. He killed an innocent man, and everything that I'm learning about this man is horrific. It's nothing innocent about him. So I don't know.
Okay, like what, Lisa? What did he do?
Okay, so Dr. Julio, can you just give me a moment to express my
No, tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot.
Sir, I listen. Okay, so let me go over. Who was talking to me earlier? Was it Matt? Matt
Goliath?
Matt Goliath. Are you there, Matt?
Are you here? Are you in the audience, Matt? Matt was talking about the school. Okay, but she was asking, he was telling her certain information about,
very disturbing, descriptive.
Tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot. Just answer that question directly.
Well, that wasn't your claim.
Promoting
that
hate.
was my claim.
Promoting hate.
No, you said he was innocent, and she said he's not innocent.
He was innocent of anything he didn't do anything that was
promoting hate and division.
How did he promote division, Lisa?
Okay, that's why, sir.
Dr. Julio, this is not your show. You can't just keep coming off and asking questions.
I feel like until you get me out of here. But
why you gotta be like that if you want to have a conversation? I know you're asking a question, but you keep on, doing this rapid fire.
Because she's not answering it directly.
You can answer it over
I'm sorry you don't appreciate my answer, but I'm just saying. Let me just make it basic. Is he still here?
You know,
you can try that big mic shit somewhere else. Fuck that mother. Fuck, he gonna tell her how she needs to answer.
Right.
It's what happens when you let Dr. Julio on stage. Foolery.
Do you guys want to play that link on time?
Good doctor, not come on.
Yo, mama.
Wait a minute, Jazz, you got the real picture for me? I know you got a new picture. What's going on, Jazz? Hey, Jazz, welcome to the stage.
Hold on. Let me play this real quick. Yeah. Okay? Is that okay?
Jazz. All right, go ahead. Play it.
Yeah, I'm not. Nobody's listening to me today. I think I gotta get some headphones.
No, baby, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, hold on.
I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said he got money in order to protect guns.
Hey,
If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy. But this white-on-white violence, he died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast. I can't have empathy because I have no connectivity. I have more connectivity to someone who is a complete stranger that dies of a drug overdose than I do to someone like Charlie Kirk. Because life is hard. And I understand that. Because it takes very little for someone to end up committing themselves to an existence
whitery, witty white states in existence. Empathy. He didn't get murked in Watts now. They took him out in Utah. They said Lady Oleana. I want you to know it was us. Ain't no way it was a black man that took that man out. Not in no Utah.
Is she eating chicken?
She and chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, why was I typing that chicken thing?
Right as that bullet hit him, that man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime.
What did you have again?
These thugs, y'all. These thugs.
That was the ends, guys.
That was a mess. I don't know where you found that. Who was that?
That was Amanda Seals.
Oh, Amanda said that. Oh,
I was trying to play it for
I thought you were saying you wanted to play the Julio with Amanda Seals. God diggity dog.
No, I was trying to play that for Austin Julio. That was here.
Damn.
Wait, that was Amanda still speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Correct. And she was on live, and she was eating a chocolate bar, guys. For the ones that was asking what she was eating.
A chocolate bar.
Yes, it was a chocolate bar.
Oh, and she was eating a whole chicken bone.
No, you know, sometimes the chocolate gets stuck in your teeth, so you gotta.
No, man. She sounded like she had the gristle.
No, I see the chocolate bar in her hand. You can see it on the live.
Listen, I said on my social media platform that when you sow hate, you blossom. You blossom hatred when you sow it. I don't feel bad. Like, and what's pissing me off is our people trying to find an ounce or an inch of sadness and sympathy for a man and make excuses for no matter who it is, regardless of your political views. You know, I don't care. It's not that I don't feel bad for his life. Nobody's life should be taken. But when you sow hate, what do you think is going to blossom from it? I'm sorry.
That's because you know who he is. A lot of people don't know who he is and what he stood for, and that's why they say that.
Well, he's a symptom of a much larger issue, my brother. Look who we got in the White House. Look who we put back in the White House. You are a product. People say elections warrant consequences. We don't know what the consequences are going to be like. And like she said, in the whitest of the whitest states, you get killed in the whitest of the whitest states. Talking about thugs, the black gang. What a way to go out.
There's a famous quote that says, "I don't wish death upon anyone, but I've read obituaries with great pleasure."
I've heard that quote.
Is that Mark Twain?
It's not Mark Twain, but they keep attributing it to him.
That's why I heard it attributed to, actually.
So what is the Jewish community saying anything about his departure?
The parade, probably.
Can I speak as one?
Yes, please. Thank you, Spirit.
I'm not part of the other ones on there.
Sure.
No, he's a fucking neo-Nazi. What the fuck are we talking about? The Jews on this app, who are the fucking genocidal maniacs, may be saying something, but that's only because of his recent come around supporting the Israeli government because of their invasion of Gaza and the mass killings there, because the denominator there is that Charlie Kirk hates anybody not white. So if it's little Muslim children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. If it's little Jewish children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care if black children, whatever. It's about white supremacy. So as far as the, Jews that I know are concerned, we're just, preparing dinner right now. That's about.
Oh, and for the record, it was Clarence Darrow, who was and not Mark Twain, who made that quote about not wishing death upon anyone, but reading obituaries with pleasure.
But I knew it wasn't Mark Twain.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Sorrows, prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
I have a question because, I'm just like scrolling through my Instagram and I see Dr. Heavenly from Married to Medicine speaking on this young man. Everybody's saddened on this man dying. Even TLC, the Dorico family, Daddy put out a whole speech. Wow. I guess since he's a believer, they're going to stand by him. What do you guys think about that?
What Heavenly say? I got
The Yankees actually had a moment for him at the Yankee Stadium.
I'm gonna put. You want me to play Heavenly?
Yeah. Well, let me hear what Heavenly got to say.
Okay.
This ought to be amazing.
It's just a.
It's Clarence Darrow. That's who's speaking.
Hold on.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Ebony Kimes, candidate for Georgia Congressional District 13. I am deeply saddened by the tragic death of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Regardless of political affiliation, no life should be lost to violence. Guns do not know parties, people do. We must come together as a nation to reject political violence in all its forms and push common sense gun safety laws to protect every single family. My prayers are with Mr. Kirk's loved ones, and my commitment remains with building a safer, more peaceful America.
So everybody said it basically the same statement.
So I guess she's running, so that's why she spoke.
But almost everybody said the same statement. If you read Obama's statement, he said the same thing.
You can hear the glee in her heart. like she didn't even read that like she was sad.
Yeah, but everybody has made the same statement, y'all. Like Obama said that. If you look up his statement, you look at Alexandria Ocasio, she said the same thing. All these Democrats have said the same thing. They're saying this is political violence. Like they said, they're praying for the family and they're praying for their kids. So I don't know.
I'm not mad at politicians are doing it. I'm not mad at that. But the Yankees making a choice to do a moment of silence in a city filled with fucking immigrants and all sorts of minorities. How dare they do a moment of silence for a white fucking supremacist and a neo-Nazi? That's a choice they didn't have to make, because unless you're doing it for all the school shootings and all the other fuck shit that happens to Democrats, like the ones in Minnesota, forget it. Then you're inconsistent and you're making a choice to side with white supremacy. That's it.
I actually don't fucking comment on this shit.
I'm back again. We didn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right, give me two. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I actually don't even like that Obama commented on this shit. This motherfucker is a neo-Nazi political pundit that runs a podcast. I don't understand when we started platforming people who run organizations that he, like the one that he runs, and holding them in some high regard on the left. Like, we can just act like he was what he was. Yeah, it was a shitty situation. It was terrible. We shouldn't do this and leave it at that. But it's weird that elected officials and presidents are commenting on this guy. Is it not weird to anybody else? Am I tripping? Am I seeing this from a weird, fucked up lens?
I feel where you're coming from, but here's the thing: if they don't do it, that other side is looking for any little excuse for them to be like, you see what happens? Oh, they're not really, because they're already, throwing temper tantrums about the young lady that was killed, the Ukrainian lady that was killed in North Carolina. Like, hey, it took the left so long to cover this story, and finally y'all are barely covering the story, so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, too, you also got to think about it like this. You don't want, because it's at the same token that people like Charlie Kirk out here who, is a white supremacist, you don't want somebody sitting at home saying, you know what, we're going to take a shot at somebody on the left. And so if you don't have anybody standing on the record saying, hey, we denounce that, you now, in a weird way, open the door for it to be like, hey, you know what, we can go out there and we're going to, pick off somebody that's on the left. So, I feel where you're coming from, but I do agree that it is the right thing to do.
I also agree with Womack. I feel you, Womack, on the idea that it feels crazy, but I like what Mike, I hope I spoke and didn't mess up your name. I like what Mike had explained to it. I think for politics, there's always this balance that you're trying to strive. I don't think the Democrats want to be, how can I say this? I don't think they want to be positioned such that they seem like they're endorsing people being shot. And I think,
so how would we be endorsing unless we said it? So that's the problem with
your
Yeah, no, I hadn't landed yet. I think it's
yeah. Go ahead and land.
I think, yeah, I think part of this is that I hear you on the part about this guy does not really. There's a lot of stuff that Kirk has said throughout his time in platforming people. I think that's kind of an overall environment type of problem. But I think what they're trying to do is not to let people know that I think the big part of it is letting people know that political violence should not be tolerated. Even when Obama had that message, Joe Biden came out saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence as much as now. I think that part is what they're trying to address, and I don't think that you're crazy for calling it out. I think it just reflects what's going on in the environment. We're trying to kind of figure out how to respond to things when so many people have a platform that has access to certain things, and how do you respond to it such that you don't want people being shot, but you also don't want to acknowledge or elevate a platform where there's a lot questionable behind it. So I'll land there.
Yeah, it is a thin line. It's pretty much what you're saying. It's a thin line. Okay. Malak, is that you?
Yes, I'll jump in for a second. Can I just jump in for a second, y'all? If you don't mind. Am I allowed to?
Yeah, Lisa, and then we'll go to Malak after you. Hey,
okay. I don't see how, in any possible way, Dems have to capitulate to. You don't have to say nothing. This was a white. I didn't know anything about this guy, and just a little bit that I'm reading, he was a white supremacist. He didn't want nothing for you. He cared nothing about you. He talked about George Floyd. He talked about black women. He called you monkeys. And I know we always want to be, and I'm the first person to want to be the better person, but this is a bridge too fucking far. And we sitting up here trying to tie ourselves up in knots. Because when I first came in, I said, are we celebrating death? And I didn't know who this guy was. So just reading at the stoplight, this guy, okay, silence is golden. A small hymnal. And ask God to rest his soul. But us coming out in groves, talking about, this and that and the third, one person say something and the rest of us go on silent. I don't understand why we're trying to do this. And this is exactly why we have problems. You cannot, anyway, I'm going to leave it right there until I calm down a little bit. Go ahead, Milan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I actually agree with Pierre and Lisa, because I definitely think that I understand that political violence needs to be condemned, point blank, period, no matter who does it or who it's directed at. I believe that. But I think what also needs to be said is that political violence didn't start today. And political violence, the long spectrum, the beginning of political violence doesn't start with people getting shot. It starts with this kind of rhetoric that we've been seeing. It started years ago. It starts with all this fascist talk, all this talk of dehumanizing people. And when you start speaking the language of political violence and think that you're going to be able to wield that and to direct that, and that's never going to affect you, that's a complete fallacy. So if you want to condemn political violence, that's fine, but I think they need to condemn the entire thing and start to understand what is really the roots of this. And frankly, I've never seen you could post it in the chat if I'm missing something. I haven't seen anyone on the left or Democrats advocating for this kind of violence and dehumanization like of other people the way the right does so routinely. So this is what y'all have unleashed, and this is the world that we live in now. That's what needs to be condemned just as strong.
Hold up, because we got a lot of people trying to speak here.
Okay.
No worries. 1 second. Because there's a lot of new speakers here. I just want to make sure that you guys understand it. You can jump in the conversation anytime. It's popcorn style. We don't have to start a queue if, in fact, everybody can be adults. And I think that's best. One thing, I do have a question. How do we know that it's political violence? I mean, I understand it makes sense to say it's political violence, but we don't know who the killer is, and we don't know why. His motive. Do we know his motive? Like, I mean, it could have been racial. It didn't necessarily have to be political. I mean, this person has said a lot of racial things. So we're pinning it on political and we're making it political, but I don't know that it really is.
We're not sure because the person who they did say they brought in for interrogation and a person of interest was released because the old white man who they had at first is saying who did it didn't. So the person is still at large, but I think just the fact is because of how his rhetoric has been, and because again, like you said, they don't know the exact cause of why this happened, that they're automatically going to pin it and say it's political violence. But I can say this: I totally agree with some of the speakers basically saying that they're trying to make him a martyr at this point. They really are, and I feel like they need to speak up. Yes, you can condemn him being shot because regardless of somebody's rhetoric, we do still have the freedom of speech here. However, it comes with consequences, and the things he have said, he should not be lifted up as no hero, as no God, and that he was doing this and that he just went down with the blaze of glory. No. He was a bigot. He spoke on every racial matter, every religious matter, and he said every fiery thing you could possibly say to harm people, and that does need to be spoken out against. And the one thing about the Democrats, even when it comes to different Republicans that have been shot over the years, or any different people, they've always spoken out. However, they need to speak truth to power in order to try to get an upper hand on what's going on, because now you have Nancy May saying that dependence on the Democrats. You don't know if the shooter was Democratic, Republican, who they were. But now this is being used. I feel like they need to use the Republican game plan on what they do any other time a school shooting happened, which there was a school shooting today in Colorado.
Wow.
They need to start figuring out how to not only say, no, this isn't right to do any political shooting if this is what this is. However, you need to dispel the things he said. This man has literally spoke on situations saying that, oh, well, you do need a few shootings in order to strengthen the Second Amendment. Look at you now.
You see
the things he has said has been ignorant. The things he has said has been just straight nauseating. However, we're going to see what the Democrats going to actually do, and if the Republicans going to actually stand on 10 about the things they say, because I don't want because it's Charlie Kirk and he was this and he was so right that we're going to start changing rules. No, we want you to keep the same energy. Keep the same energy you did for those children. Keep the same energy you do for black violence. Keep the same energy you do in any other political realm. But now with somebody on your side, you need to keep the same energy.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I'm, usually I come in this room and, I like to, mix it up. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Democrats have that much power to do what you're saying. As I agree 100%. I think that, but part of the reason why I say that is we got to be real. The Democrats, for a very long time, when it came to the woke movement, even though that there was some good things that they were saying, and even before that whole thing even came, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about censorship. And the Democrats were a very big part of that. And what took place was that it got so beyond the pale and it got so out of whack and got so crazy that, and people were getting canceled and people were being silenced. And if you said something or, the comedy stuff, it just got so great. So now that other side got emboldened and now they're doubling down, even though they were already saying a bunch of foolishness prior to that. But it got politicized and it got put out there. I just don't know if the Democrats can take that. But I do agree that that's the position that they should do. But I don't even know if they have that kind of power. And I don't even know if they have who is going to say that. What Democrat that should have that clout actually has that clout to say what you're saying? What do you think that they should say? I don't know if there's.
I just said that they should go silent. One person. I'm sorry, Scotty. You already had Obama. Thank you, baby. You already had Obama speak. You've had Clinton speak. You have blah blah blah. I mean, come on. That's enough. This stuff that this guy that I'm reading here is ridiculous, and you want to promote him on any level? I mean, he passed away. God rest his soul. God forgive him for all the negative shit he said about other people, the hatred that's in his heart. But okay, he's gone.
Lisa,
and that's
he
one less racist on the planet.
Said that some gun deaths are worth it.
Wait a minute.
To protect Second Amendment.
We got a lot going on. Dr. AG, are you trying to say something?
Oh, my bad.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, wait.
All right, so Malak is trying to get in. Spirit, I'm coming to you because you.
Me too. I got something to say too.
No,
okay,
wait. I made my point. Can I go or Malak?
No, I'm gonna go to you.
I'm good.
Spirit. Go ahead, Spirit.
Okay. All right. Thanks, ma'am. So I want to say two things. One thing to your point, Lisa. I think part of the equation for Democrats that are not even run. I understand why a Democrat running would make a statement like we heard. I also understand why somebody like Obama or somebody in a high position that is not running would say that. And I think part of it may be in self-defense. Because if they don't say anything, people may put more of a target on his back. It just may be a self-defense, easy thing for them to say out of self-preservation. That's just my suspicion on why they would do that. In addition to the part where, they actually believe that, political violence is not good. And I agree with them on that. The other thing that Democrats will never do this, but I think it would be savage, is to have a gun control bill. If it turns out that this guy got a gun illegally and they could actually have a law that would have prevented this, have a gun control bill called the Charlie Kirk Gun Control Bill. But that's too savage for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they're gonna say something because they feel like targets. It's crazy that, we talk about school shootings all the time. Everybody's up in arms. And the topic that he got shot talking about was a school shooting. They asked him how many transgenders have carried out school shootings in the last 10 years. And he said, too many. And it was actually 5. And then he was asked subsequently how many school shootings there were in the last 10 years. And he said, or mass shootings rather. And then he asked, are we including or excluding gang violence? And those are his last words. So again, like, sensationalism is taking over. It's really crazy how that happens. But we see in Minnesota, we had politicians get wiped out at their house. It was almost 2 sets of them until they were able to call 911 to thwart the shooter.
Door to condone it to continue. And that cannot happen, because what if it's somebody that we agree with that gets sniped, or maybe I did agree with this person, and so maybe 70% of the time, or 30%, or whatever. Like, I didn't agree with my mom sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna ever agree with anybody 100% either way. So it's like, when it gets to the point of you deserve to die because you think differently, we're opening up a box to where all of us can get it at any moment, even if it's I disagree that you fucked up on the road driving next to me, and now you get to shoot me in my head on the highway. You see what I'm saying? This is where we're going.
Well, I think that's what they want us to think. That's why he died, but that's not why he died.
That's what they want us to think. He died because we disagree with each other, and everybody's coming out saying, "Oh, it's political violence." Nah, that was a state actor moving to disrupt the American people. That's what would, in my opinion, that's what happened.
So who did it?
I just never seen.
Well, he already said the Jews. That's his opinion.
I think
A lot of state actors could be involved. You know, a lot
Well,
of people
top
could
of your list is
benefit.
Mossad, so the Jews. Got it.
Hey, they're causing chaos in America.
My thing is just how can you be all like righteous and shit, and but simultaneously celebrate this shit? Like it don't like people don't even people are. Man, yo, we're like losing our. We're literally losing our brain. Like,
our humanity.
Yeah, like our souls are being extracted from us some way, somehow, because I don't understand how you could celebrate a motherfucker getting murdered on TV, but simultaneously saying you're like righteous or stand up for good and it's about the people and like what? Nigga, you're celebrating a fucking execution, man. You like what? Am I losing my mind?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Seesaw. The idea that you were talking about earlier about how you think people no longer think for themselves and there's maybe given thoughts to think about from an outside input, that's a fascinating idea to me. So what are some examples you can think of where you notice that?
Well, I'll start at something real elementary, like the popular word of the year, or you know, when we went from if I say swag now I'm outdated, right? And now it's Riz, and it's just like the way I watch people flow from one trend to the next and don't ever question it. They don't ever ask themselves, like, why am I saying this? Or why do I now think skinny jeans is trash just because 70% of America thinks it's trash now, even though I was just rocking it a year ago. Now I'm out of, like, all of these little small, like, these are that's micro shit, right? Like, just watching, you know, watching dudes, even with men, right? Like, oh man, I gotta breathe real quick, bro. Let me just.
Mohawks, remember everybody was rocking Mohawks?
Like, I just think that something about trends scare me, man. You know, like I don't mind it, I get it, the end thing, but like, why does no one ever question it? Like, people don't see the cycle. Like, my mom wore bell bottoms, and then, you know, 20 years later they wore them again, and I don't know. It's just like what's the word? How am I? Give me the question again, so my brain can like.
What kind of herd mentality do you think are actually sort of delivered to people without them realizing it, and they sort of just move along in step?
Oh, well, if you watch any CNN or any of that type of shit, and, you know, I gotta tell you what it is. It's the speed in which a new train of thought can come out and how quick it can be swallowed and accepted and then, like, pushed, and now you want to regurgitate. So, for instance, like, remember the thing about when the community, the LGBTQ community, had all these like trans books and homosexual books inside of schools and shit, and they were trying to like make it seem like this should be talked about and normalized, and the way that people who aren't even but hear me out. I'm talking about when they were putting explicit pornography like books in children's schools and where kids could check out a book and hear a man tell another man that he wants to feel him in his mouth. Shit like that. And how bro, can I listen to what I'm saying?
That book was in in an elementary school, man, and people were willing to go and stand behind that without questioning it. They're not they didn't even think like, yeah, that's inappropriate for a 7-year-old.
And that type of
Right,
shit.
it
Did
was
that
just-
happen for real? Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And that type of shit is why I'm conservative now. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna vote on that other side again because they for that bullshit.
Well, see, the gay agenda wasn't really the main perspective of the Democratic Party. It was supposed to be for the working class people. That was supposed to be the agenda. I don't know how it got corrupted.
That was Barack Obama shoot that shit in. That was the 90s.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I see, the agenda been in progress for a long time, to
The
obviously.
Democratic Party was for what? What did you say?
It was supposed to be for the working class people. That's what I was raised on, the Democrat unions and all that type shit. And
I'll
then,
give you another one that bothered me. When I saw preachers go from preaching the word of God to all of a sudden it's about prosperity. But meanwhile, y'all the only motherfuckers getting rich in the church. Y'all the only ones with jets and Bentleys. Everybody else in the congregation fucked up. Fucked up.
Okay.
I'm from the Bible Belt, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like I've seen that shit.
South, hold on, brother.
yes, sir.
The South was heavily Democratic.
Oh, yeah, but then the parties flipped. Back in the day.
When and where?
The Democratic Party was all about segregation, but then the parties flipped. And
how?
They brought in the black people for some reason. How they manipulated our vote over civil rights, maybe. It was civil rights. Boom, they got us on their side.
No. You only had 3 people. You had Strom Thurmond, and you had 2 other senators and governor. Senator and governor that flipped. That was it.
Well, I think
That's
black
why
people
Strom
as a
Thurmond
whole
Jr. called out his own father and said,
We
"No, my
Iranians,
dad
we
was
go
fucked
hand
up."
in hand with Jewish people.
The parties
we go
never
very
flipped.
long back in time, and we
This is
actually.
why you have
not in reality.
You have to step back.
At what point did they become wolf in sheep's clothing toward?
Yeah, that's
black
what happened to me.
The Democratic Party always supported slavery. The Republican Party always said, we don't want this shit. We went to a whole damn war. A whole damn war. Split the country apart of the bullshit, but slavery was part of it. To say no. So don't believe that bullshit you've been taught, brother.
It's always
Look it up.
It's always been that way, but there was a black leader that went to the White House, made an agreement, and ushered that in among black people to become Democrat at some point in time. I don't know if it was like the very early 60s,
you were
late
forced
50s.
to be Democrat in the South. If you know something, you were forced.
We're like, yes, we are supremacists. We think Jews are inherently problematic. And it was interesting because they would
Was this a different conversation? Because what was
I don't know. Wednesday was in the room. Wednesday, do you remember this conversation? I think Othello was there too, actually.
Yeah, it was Othello, Benny Adams, and you weren't there, no.
I mean, Pastor.
It was 10 o'clock for me in Buttercup, so it must have been 8 something for you. So I'm assuming it's something.
This was last night?
It was yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning, yeah.
Oh, then maybe it wasn't me. I only remember
you weren't there. No, McCall, we did have an interesting conversation with the 3 of you before, and that was actually a great conversation. So we picked it up another time. Wednesday was there. Othello was there. Yeah, it had nothing to do with you. Actually, the conversation I had with you was actually pretty interesting because we got to hear from, we were comparing and contrasting 3 religions and atheism, right? But I think afterwards it was just me and Pastor and Benny Adam, and they said things that I found like, listen, they're really civil people. They engaged respectfully, and I appreciate that. But like, I also felt pretty shaken by the conversation. Like I felt it was chilling. Like the things they believe about
That's
Jesus.
if somebody's critiquing your people.
I'm glad that you keep the mod by yourself. That's a lot of life. Anyway.
Buttercup, what is a kahanis?
So a kahanis, let me explain again. A kahanis in Israel refers to followers of a man named Meir Kahana, and he sort of spawned the Jewish equivalent of Hamas. So they're the ones who do Jewish terrorism. Famously, there was Baruch Goldstein who shot up a bunch of people and then was jailed. But since then, it's become widely accepted. You see in the West Bank, there's all these violent crimes against Palestinian villages. Those are the kahanis. They believe in this like extremist ideology, but in Israel with no Arabs. But here on this app, me and Amos and other sort of Jews that are kind of in the middle, we in a tongue-in-cheek way, we refer to the extreme pro-Israel characters like Bibi Kapara and Harry Balzac and Norm, because they're so like reflexively pro-Israel and they sort of like attack anyone who comes in their way. We in a tongue-in-cheek way, we call them kahanis because they're like the extremists in Israel. So we don't mean it literally. So they don't literally follow Meir Kahana. Me and Amos like to call them that in a tongue-in-cheek way.
So they're celebrating this Charles Kirk guy?
Yeah. And who I think is a Nazi, but they think is some hero of the Jewish people.
A guy who pushes Jewish replacement theory?
Yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't he? I thought. You have a video of that? Because people keep asking me for proof of his Nazi orientations.
Oh.
Yeah, I want a video. I don't want like the ADL.
Okay, fair enough.
Clark, I'm trying to look, actually. I'm looking right now.
Charlie Kirk. He does write a lot about he's obsessed with black people. It's all over social media feeds. You can't avoid it. And Muslims.
I mean, he's gonna use the stats that you usually hear and black people, and he's gonna relate it to crime, and he's gonna, he's gonna say like subculture, the black subculture in America is fundamentally flawed. So that's the argument.
Yeah, he spent the last week talking about that. And then he ends up passing away in the whitest state, the whitest city, the whitest university by presumably a white man. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's unclear who killed him.
Yeah, like I'm already like seeing videos like the truth about black culture. Charles Kirk tells students about black culture. Like he doesn't come at it from like a eugenics or like, he comes at it from a culture, like just subculture, just black people. I mean, it's not, listen, like a race, as a religious person, yeah, we might say things, but fundamentally, as someone who believes in God and Adam and Eve, and that we all come from, Adam, and we're all Beni Adam. In that sense, like you fundamentally can't be racist. The logic for racism just doesn't, it's denied in this narrative. But what it is that when people usually bring up white, black, they mean like, especially if they're religious, they mean the culture. So they are the subculture, I would say, in America.
The Temple Mount.
But I just believe like black culture in America is just a subculture of American culture.
Israel is the size of the state of New Jersey, and at the same time,
all right, I'm going to read
the population
of Israel I found his anti-Semitic. I see a summary on JTA, which is a well-known, very mainstream Jewish publication. So at times he drew criticism for veering into anti-Semitism as he discussed matters related to Israel and other topics. On October 2023, days after October 7, he derided Jewish philanthropy to American universities for subsidizing your own demise by supporting institutions that breed anti-Semites and endorse genocidal killers. Weeks later in the Charlie Kirk show, he also said Jewish people control not just colleges, but it's nonprofits, it's the movies, it's the Hollywood, all of it. Some conservatives decried his comments, including Eric Erickson, who said on X that Turning Point USA looked like it was a grifting operation, but an anti-Semitic grifting operation. Of the Spectre wrote that he has an anti-Semitism problem. Next month, he defended Elon Musk on his show after the tech mogul responded, "You have said the actual truth," to a user who posted a reference to the Great Replacement theory. And basically, Kirk wrote, "Jews were coming to the disturbing realization that immigrants in the United States don't exactly like them too much. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they that they claim to want people to stop using against them, Kirk said on the show, later adding that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. So it's mostly like Jewish liberals that he's going after as like the root of all evil, but it's still anti-Semitism. And I think for the right wing in Jewish community, it's very convenient that he's maligning and demonizing this. No, he's demonizing.
Jewish.
Yes.
Think it's anti-Jewish to point out like there are a lot of like liberal Jews, and they have
I'll tell you
money.
why. So he also railed against Marxism, gun rights, transgender people. He blames Jews for all that, right? And so, yeah, I'll tell you why. Because anti-Semitism, the form it's taken is always like Jews are blamed for Marxism. They're blamed for capitalism. Like they're on all sides of the political spectrum. They're blamed for the supposed evil that these things cause. And like just because Jews are drawn to one movement or another doesn't mean they're the root of it. You know what I mean? And so I think he's demonizing liberal Jews, and then right-wing Jews are opportunistically saying, oh no, he just hates you because you're liberal, not because you're Jews. But it's okay to demonize them for their political views when Jews are just demonized for their political views no matter which side of the spectrum it is. You know what I mean? It doesn't, either way, it's a way that Jews have always been demonized for their political views. You know, the way he makes Jews the cause of all these problems when they're like 2% of the fucking population is why it's hateful.
I don't know necessarily about the breakdown with Jews in America. Like I mean, I have a different.
He's willing to curtail his white supremacist, Nazi views on Jewish people. He's willing to curtail and suppress it to push an American agenda, right, in unison with Israeli right-wingers, right? So they all had a meeting, right? And they're like, okay, we're allies.
What happened is Trump put these two people in bed together.
Let me finish. We're allies, we're wealthy, and we have a common enemy. Right-wing Israelis.
I wouldn't call them wealthy.
Right-wing Americans. We have a common enemy.
Yeah.
We're all Islamophobic. Period. That's our biggest enemy. So, white nationalists and white, even though later on they're going to pull it out as a gotcha moment towards the Jews, because they're already running through the streets saying the Jews will not replace us. So they're saying we're going to suppress that for now, and we're going to handle these Muslims. And what else do we agree upon? We're both anti-black. That is why people like Pepe can be in rooms with the Harrys, the BBs, and whatnot. They're saying right now we have a common agenda. We're both anti-black,